broad. If it tightens up, we probably will have a tornado. So we're looking at conditions very favorable for this type of a spin up. And we're hoping they're not big tornadoes and they don't last very long. They shouldn't. Today is a kind of a day where we have smaller ones, and it is heading in the direction of Pleasantville. You can see the time there about 1:30, into Beach around 1:15. And again, this thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado. It also could have some hail with it. It's a pretty strong cell. It's the strongest one we've seen so far today, guys. Dave, what else can you tell us about this cell?
Yeah, if you're in Sandyville, lowest level of your interior house, residence, what have you, right now. The good news, like Brad said, we're not expecting violent, strong tornadoes today. The atmosphere is not primed for those, but there will probably be several of these weak, brief spin-ups. So that rotation has really intensified. You can see not a lot of hot reds and greens about 15 minutes ago, 12:52, but now you fast forward, those reds and greens tightening up. That's where we think the rotation.
Really close to Sandyville area. So if you're in that area, take cover. It could be developing really, really near your area right there. So keep an eye on that as it moves off to the northeast. And the speed might be a little hard to discern because it really just developed, but we're expecting it to move off to the northeast toward the Pleasantville area. And we'll see how fast it does that, but it definitely is moving in this direction. You can see he's plotted that for you. Pleasantville at 119. If we could do a wide shot, Dave, I want to show the setup here of what's going on. We'll do a radar, kind of look at the radar here on a wider loop. And we've got the thunderstorm coming through Des Moines. That was the first warning. We've got heavy rain coming into downtown Des Moines, especially the southwest side of Des Moines, West Des Moines. Heavy rain there. Maybe some small hail, but this cell is not severe coming into Polk County. This is the one that's packing more of a punch, but we're expecting more development to happen along this line. It's kind of a warm front in this area, and they're going to continue to expand and move northward. And Brandon, there's going to be several big cells developing today, and there could be a lot of heavy rain.
Yeah, I think the heavy rain threat is also a concern. It's obviously not the primary concern when we have a tornado warning in effect. However, these storms are going to be training or staying over the same areas for a long period of time. So this is our first tornado warning of the day. You may just be getting to your TV. And also, I do want to let you know, we are now streaming live on weareiowa.com, and we'll be getting that up on our YouTube and social media pages as well. Communities like Sandyville, Pleasantville need to be in shelter. Also, anyone near Lake Red Rock right now, this will be crossing over Highway 92 and eventually over Highway 163 as well. I do want to stress we do not have a confirmed tornado yet, at least not to our knowledge. However, the rotation is there, and Dave, it has been strengthening as we've heard from the National Weather.
It definitely has, right, Dave?
Right. Go ahead, Brad.
I said I've definitely noticed some rotation strengthening south of Sandyville, and so if you live in this area, seek shelter immediately, heading in the direction of Pleasantville. So you folks in Pleasantville, it's a fairly large town. You folks in Pleasantville, seek shelter right now.
Yeah, if you're in Pleasantville, you've got about 5 to 10 minutes. Luckily, these are not moving that fast. Northeast at 15 miles per hour is what the National Weather Service in Des Moines is saying. This is the tightest the rotation has been yet all day, crossing the county line between Warren and Marion counties right now. Like Brandon said, Highway 92, if you know anyone who lives along that, kind of that Warren-Marion county line, Pleasantville, get to that safe spot, lowest level of your home. Do not have a basement, most interior room with no windows. That's the number one thing I hear from emergency managers. Windows, glass shattering can cause injuries, damage very, very quickly in tornadic wind. Yeah,
it's actually taking on a hook shape right now, guys.
It is, yeah.
It looks like it's going to, if it hasn't produced a tornado yet, I think it's definitely going to.
Very important for anyone in Pleasantville to be in shelter now, and we've told you where that safe place is. I know these cropped up pretty quickly because it's been a relatively quiet morning. We now have a tornado watch in effect all the way until 7 o'clock this evening. So that watch is in effect for almost all of our area, especially east and north. So east of I-35 and north of I-80, Brad.
Yeah, and we're going to continue here through the afternoon because we've got a lot of warm, humid air out there, especially to the southwest of the Des Moines area. So it's kind of helping to feed this thunderstorm. Again, you can see the kind of the hook nature of that, and it is moving generally in the direction of Pleasantville right now. Expected to be there about 1:30 or so if it continues that movement. Let's put a little movement on that loop, Dave, and just see if it's actually verifying as far as if it's moving off to the northeast. So you can see the back part of that is really not wanting to move a lot, Dave, but of course the blow off is moving. The higher clouds are moving off.
Yeah, the kind of outflow of the upper level outflow of the storm. It's a nice looking storm in terms of its structure. That's why they issued a tornado warning. The rotation is increasing in terms of the dynamics of the storm. It's favorable to produce a tornado, and hence why the Weather Service issued a tornado warning that goes until 1:45, 35 more minutes as this slowly, these are not moving fast. You remember some of the severe weather events, late March, early April, those were moving at highway speeds. This is moving at a snail's pace. 15 miles per hour to the northeast. Pleasantville, most interior room right now.
This is going to be the 4th day of tornadoes from the same system. It started in Colorado, moved into Kansas, moved into Nebraska. Now it's in Iowa today. Tomorrow, it will not produce any more tornadoes. But today, we do expect to see some tornadoes. And we'll probably want to show them the watch area, Dave.
Let's do that.
We'll get to that. But we'll get back to this again. Pleasantville, Sandyville, seek shelter immediately. We've got a possible tornado developing. Here's that tornado watch. It's until, I think, 7 p.m. tonight.
It's 7 p.m. My apologies. Yep,
7 p.m. It does extend. We have some cells. We're going to take a look at some cells up here around Fort Dodge as well. There are some cells there because our rotation, the low, is kind of in this area right here. So all that rotation is around the periphery of that low, especially on that warm sector where it kind of converges with the easterly winds. So we have winds coming in at low levels at different directions. Again, there's our kind of our hook echo there around the Sandyville area. Again, not moving much at all. So that's what I was concerned about, that it may not move really much at all. That rotation may kind of sit in this area. And I wish we had some chasers maybe had eyes on this, and maybe there will be some reports coming in. Earlier we had a wall cloud south of Des Moines that was rotating. It didn't become anything, but this is definitely stronger than that cell that we had earlier south of Des Moines. So this one is packing definitely some wind energy, and it is trying to move up in toward the Pleasantville area, but right now it's not moving much at all.
We do have a couple of chasers that are close to that area. So far, what I'm seeing from the photos, videos that they're putting out is some pretty broad rotation. Nothing that indicates a rotating wall cloud just yet, but it certainly, you know, these things update minute by minute by minute. So their posts could have been 3-4 minutes ago, and we could be getting new information. So to sort of reset for you, because I know these storms sort of blossomed very quickly and you may not have been paying attention prior to this, we are on the air, our entire weather team tracking the first tornado warning of the day. We have a low chance of seeing strong tornadoes, but we do have a fairly good chance of seeing brief tornadoes spinning up very quickly. They sometimes pulse up and pulse down. The storms do pretty quick. And this is right on top of Sandyville, and this will be moving towards Pleasantville. This is what we call a radar indicated tornado, meaning that as of now, we do not have a tornado on the ground. However, the storm is exhibiting signs of pretty tight rotation, and this warning will go until 1:45 this afternoon. We also have a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. So if you're in Sandyville, Pleasantville, we're really looking at the heart of Marion County right now. You should be in shelter. That goes for the lowest floor, or is the lowest floor of your home, of your building, away from windows and doors, and you want to put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Dave is circling where that area of rotation is, right on top of State Highway 92, and it looks like they've issued severe thunderstorm warning to go around that as well.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning includes far southwestern Jasper County, far southeastern Polk County. Tornado possible on the northern fringe of that. Winds to 60 miles per hour, quarter-size hail. It did look like it had a bit of a hail core to that.
Yeah, it's heading up toward the Swan area there. So yeah, that's in Marion County. In northwest Marion County, that hail core could be going between Swan and Pleasantville. And I'll tell you what, guys, we were talking about, Brandon was talking about how they're pulsing. And we're going to see that today a lot because there's energy out there for sure, but they use that energy up and they kind of sit in the same spot, and the upper level winds aren't conducive to keep these things sustained. So it's going to be interesting to see how this evolves. It still has rotation, but I think the rotation was actually stronger 10 or 15 minutes ago.
I agree.
It definitely was stronger, but it's still there, and it could re-energize here, but it definitely had a better circulation. Now it's getting a little bit broader out there, not quite as tight as it was earlier when the warning was issued, but still dangerous situation because the conditions are good for spin-ups. It might be brief tornadoes, but it only takes one little tornado to drop down in a neighborhood and cause havoc. So you folks in Pleasantville still under that tornado warning. Seek shelter immediately in this area. They're moving that warning along with that. That's good. The National Weather Service, you can see the warning now starts here, and they're kind of chopping it off a little bit, kind of following that cell. It is moving off to the northeast, and I guess it probably is trying to move about 15 or 20.
I'm gonna tilt the elevation here. I'm gonna look a little bit higher into the storm.
Okay.
You can see this is at about, this has been another 1,000 or 2,000 feet above the ground. So the rotation is definitely there. This is about, call it 4,000 feet above the ground instead of the 2,000 feet we were just looking at. There is definitely rotation just above that. So that's why they continued the tornado warning.
And the hook signature is still there. So it's a well-defined storm. It's got its inflow. It's got everything it needs. It's trying to spin up a tornado. So definitely a dangerous storm. But so far, we haven't had a report of a tornado. But I think it certainly could produce a tornado any minute.
Agree with that. Let's take a wide look here across the metro. If you're just joining us in Des Moines, raining right on top of downtown Des Moines, down to Norwalk, Altoona, Bondurant, seeing some rain. Not severe, Warren. The one cell we are concerned about, we're focused on, is the one on the Warren-Marion County line, Brandon.
Yeah, so we've got a couple cells here, but that one is really the only one at this point exhibiting the signs of rotation. And even if you are a little bit farther, what we say downstream from where this warning is, so maybe you're in Monroe, I would go ahead and start thinking about where that safe place is going to be, because as long as this storm, even if it's in the upper levels or the mid levels, is showing some sort of rotation, there's probably a good chance that we would see that warning extended unless it, completely falls apart, which based on the atmosphere and the environment, I don't know that that'll happen. And you want to go ahead and be in that safe spot. This is pretty classic in terms of the signature. Doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground or that it's immediately producing one. However, we tend to look for that kidney bean or comma shape on the reflectivity here, and it really has that look. This is where the inflow would be coming in. Dave's outlining that as well. And you see the inflow essentially would be coming in right here where you see that number 92 on the map, and that's air coming in, the warm, humid air. A lot of people were commenting and saying that they could tell how much humidity was in the atmosphere today. So again, Sandyville, this is right on top of you. Pleasantville in the path of this, and this warning still set to go until 1:45. It will move towards Lake Red Rock after Pleasantville and eventually would cross Highway 14. This will stay to the north of Knoxville, north and west of Knoxville, but it will be moving towards Monroe pretty soon.
Yeah, watching a video on Twitter 2 minutes ago, storm chaser on this storm. No tornado on the ground. It is trying to wrap up there just to the now east of Sandyville, right on top pretty much of the Warren-Marion County line. I'm going to go back to velocity here.
Yeah.
The reason why it's not producing a tornado, you don't see that well-defined couplet there. It's kind of a gray area between the reds and the greens. So good news for now, Brad.
Yeah, and that rotation maintains itself, and it is heading in the Pleasantville area. And that's a fairly large community. So we want everyone to know, and maybe call your friends, maybe if they're not watching television or they're not aware of it, get on your cell phone and tell everybody. And you can go to the weareiowa.com as well. If you lose your television signal, Brandon, you can always watch us on your phone or whatever.
Absolutely. We are streaming now. You can go to your We Are Iowa app, weareiowa.com, and here you see those reminders about where to go when a tornado warning is issued. We talk about, Dave mentioned it earlier, emergency managers often say one of the things they notice is that people are not away from windows, and that is so important because if there were a tornado to develop and glass were to shatter, we don't want anybody near that window. So if you don't have a basement, I recommend an interior room, a bathroom, a closet, something on the lowest floor. You don't want to be upstairs either. And of course, yes, again, if you lose that TV signal and you're not able to watch us there, we are streaming live on weareiowa.com, on our We Are Iowa app, and also on Facebook right now if you go to the We Are Iowa 5 Facebook page. So it is about 1:17, and Dave is putting a track on this storm. It'll arrive in Pleasantville at 1:31. So if that doesn't show you how slow this thing is moving, are we still at 15 miles per hour?
Yeah, I think so.
We are at 15.
Yeah. So it's going to take almost 15 full minutes to go from where it is right now, the rotation, into Pleasantville to essentially hit the city of Pleasantville or arrive in town and be close to State Highway 368 and State Highway 5. So as of right now, as it stands, there is not a tornado on the ground, but we are in continuous coverage because at any minute this storm could produce a tornado. It's got what it needs. It just has not yet done that. And of course, we want to go ahead and be on the air, be with you. So we are here preemptively so that if it does drop a tornado, we are ready for that.
Tornado warning continues until 1:45, 25 more minutes. That is the only tornado warned cell right now. Whatever's in the metro, you might be hearing thunder, lightning outside in Polk County. Non-severe lightning, heavy rains, main two threats with that.
There are some storms. This is definitely the most powerful storm we have out there, and it looks very dangerous. You folks in Pleasantville, heed our warning. Head to your basement, head to your safe place away from windows, because this could produce a tornado at any moment, and it is coming your way, especially maybe the north side of Pleasantville might be more impacted. But either way, anyone in this warned area around Pleasantville, if you live around the area, seek shelter immediately. I want to expand out, Dave, because there are some cells in northwest Iowa, and some folks watch us in Storm Lake, I believe. So this is an area that you are under a tornado watch. We're going to have to watch these cells as well. The environment may be not as good here, but there's definitely a chance of rotation here. So keep an eye on these cells for our northwestern viewers. They are kind of moving to the north. They're moving a little bit different direction, but they're not moving very fast either. So it's going to be one of those days where we're dealing with maybe several tornado warnings at the same time, Brandon.
And something else, I just heard something.
Pictures coming in, lowering wall cloud, possible funnel cloud near Pleasantville.
Yeah, okay,
So
we'll go
again,
back.
Please get to that safe place if you're not there already. What else I was going to mention is that we sort of have a sneaky flash flood threat today, especially as that heavy rain moves into the metro area. If you don't need to be out this afternoon, just stay home, because the problem spots that we often see, I'm thinking George Flagg Parkway, Fleur Drive, Merle Hay Road, those may quickly take on some water this afternoon as we have some heavy rainfall rates. But again, according to the National Weather Service, funnel cloud is possible here right into the southwest area of Pleasantville, so just southwest of town. But this is that area of rotation we always talk about, where we see reds and greens, inbound and outbound winds, and that is right there headed towards Pleasantville. So it doesn't have a tornado on it right now, but the latest update says lowering wall cloud, and then of course a funnel cloud that will be possible. Those are sort of the first two steps to get a tornado. We look for a rotating wall cloud, and then we look for a potential funnel cloud. And we're seeing that here with this product that Dave's pulling up to our shear tracker. Yeah,
it looks like the rotation tightened up a little bit.
It did. If you are in Pleasantville, get to that lowest spot, right, probably just in a radar's 60 seconds delayed, crossing into Marion County right now as we speak. Classic hook echo look with this. Luckily, we do not have the upper level winds to support a strong to violent tornado today. Hopefully this stays just as a funnel cloud today.
That would be great. This is going to be passing Highway 5 and 368. And of course, this goes right through the heart of Pleasantville, where this storm will be tracking. And yeah, the rotation definitely did tighten up a little bit, which is, again, why we saw the lowering wall cloud, why we saw that potential for a funnel cloud. And what Dave mentioned, that these, if we do get a tornado that touches down, we expect or hope it to be pretty brief. These are not conditions.
There's a report of a tornado, Brandon, on not confirmed.
Multi-vortex tornado occurring
Spotter.
1 mile west of Pleasantville. This is the strongest. You see that kind of hot blue there just to the west of Pleasantville. This is the strongest the rotation has been in the past 15 to 20 minutes since the warning was issued.
Can't stress enough, if you're in Pleasantville, please go ahead and get to shelter if you are not there already. Anybody who lives northeast of Pleasantville as well, you've got to be in shelter right now, because we are now, it's an unconfirmed report, but essentially we have storm spotters out there who are saying.
And it's a pretty good storm chaser, I think, too.
Hunter, it's one that we trust.
Hunter chasing that, so it's a multi-vortex tornado.
I have chased with him before, and I believe him.
Yeah, at 122. So this is a real deal, guys. We have a tornado on the ground in the Pleasantville area now, so seek shelter immediately. Stay in your shelter. You can have your phone. You can watch us there and get the information you need at weareiowa.com. And you also should have our app, which is a great app. But anyway, this is moving right into the Pleasantville area. So as we feared, it was coming your way, and here it is now moving in. Again, moving still pretty slowly, about 15 miles per hour. So we'll probably get some visuals on that as far as pictures with the chasers viewers watching that, that's where the rotation is, kind of around that Highway 92 area, just west of Pleasantville, and probably will be impacting, I think, the north side of Pleasantville more than the south side. Doesn't matter. We want everybody to stay in the safe place, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a massive town, as you're aware, so really it's going to be probably north of 92, so right along 5 and 368. Actually, Dave, do you want to zoom in a little bit more
Absolutely.
on Pleasantville?
Yep.
Maybe stop the loop.
Stop
too.
the loop there.
Yep.
So essentially, this is what we're looking at right here. What's
Show the
in
radar,
between
maybe.
92 and 5.
There you go.
And
Here we go.
Yeah, that'll be easier to show.
So you can see the street level.
Yeah, this is right here. So if it crosses 5, we're looking at anybody in between Jasper Street and Hayes Drive. Also anyone along State Street in Pleasantville. So we've got, I believe that would be pronounced Shadle Park right there. And this would be really the west side of Pleasantville and the northwest side especially. But really that western edge of Pleasantville is where this would likely be right now. And I believe that report from Hunter came in and it was 1 mile west-southwest of Pleasantville.
Yeah, and he said he saw a multi-vortex tornado occurring 2 miles southwest of the report. So basically the multi-vortex tornado he reported was 3 miles southwest. And if we measured, there from there, it's probably 2 miles from the edge of the highest rate of shear.
So what Dave is showing there, that is the rotational product or shear product. So it's trying to find where the areas of winds are kind of rotating in that cyclonic direction, or anticyclonic, I should say cyclonic, and that is moving right across Highway 92 right now and heading into the Pleasantville area. So that's it's a kind of a delayed product, but we're at an advantage today because they're moving so slowly. So it's probably pretty accurate, at least maybe 5 minutes ago, but it's probably moved a little bit. There's that confirmation. The tornado right there just popped up. Multi-vortex tornado reported at 1:15, and right now it is 1:25, right? About that?
126.
And
Yeah.
actually, Hunter, just sharing on social media, Hunter being one of the storm chasers that we all know, large multi-vortex tornado has turned into a cone and is still ongoing.
Okay.
Wow.
And that was just posted.
And if anybody's in PCR or in the newsroom, we have permission from him to use his stuff posted on social media on air.
Great.
So the National Weather Service also says they believe that there's a little bit of a right turn with this storm and that it really is going to go right through Pleasantville. So we know there's a tornado on the ground. We know that this is unfortunately coming right into town in Pleasantville, a town that had a tornado not long ago, earlier this season. So we've been really tracking storms in this area quite a bit this year already. And we're not seeing any
no debris yet.
immediate debris signatures, which is good. But we know we've got a tornado on the ground. As of now, we still believe that to be true. And this is moving right into the heart of Pleasantville, right through Marion County.
Multiple touchdowns continue. So hopefully what this tornado is doing is not staying on the ground the whole time.
Yeah,
Jim
kind
Lee
of lifting up and going back down.
Exactly. I don't want to not buy the report that there's a multi-vortex cone tornado. Let's hope that's not occurring. With the shear product, you can see this is a dark blue. It's on the weaker end of the legend you see at the top of the screen.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
But Alex Schulten, who we've used before for the Winterset series footage, he says ongoing multiple vortex tornadoes. So this isn't just Hunter saying this. We're having this report from multiple outlets, from multiple storm chasers. Have we seen anything on social media?
I've seen some, and the other challenge we have is that there's a lot of rainfall with this storm. And so that's going to make it a little bit tougher for us to see. I've got a couple of pictures, and
there's one retweet. It's kind of scraping the ground.
It looks almost like a funnel that's off in the distance, is maybe not quite there, but also not there, so I can't say it's not.
Yeah, giant wall cloud, rain curtains. It's probably rain wrapped to some degree, Brad.
It might be, guys. This Pleasantville storm, though, is a dangerous storm. I want everybody to take shelter immediately. Don't go out and try to see this thing. Don't do that. It's probably going to be very difficult to see with all the heavy rain coming in. But that rotation, again, is producing more than one tornado or multi-vortex type system. So it is a kind of a broad brush of danger coming into the Pleasantville area. So be very, very careful. Stay in your safe place for the next half hour or longer, as long as it takes. And we're not even sure how long this can last because it is such a slow mover out there. And you can see that hook nature right there, the inflow coming in and the rotation. This is the last frame, correct, Dave?
Correct. This is the newest frame, yes.
This is the newest frame. So it's slowly moving into the Pleasantville area. You folks just take shelter immediately. Don't worry about the lawn furniture. Don't worry about any of that stuff. Just get to your safe place and be safe for the next half hour or more. We'll see how long it lasts. I think the warning goes for how long does that go?
Still to 1:45, so 15 more minutes.
Yeah, but they might have to extend it.
They probably will. I feel like it's trying to move to the right.
Which is what they said.
Hopefully it just misses Pleasantville to the south. It's pretty much,
that would be great, yeah.
There's a pink box. So they just issued the confirmed tornado warning with this cell. You see that magenta box. That is a confirmed tornado issued by the National Weather Service. We'll see when that goes until, I'm hearing we have video now from Pleasantville. We can throw that up.
Pop that up.
Yeah, there we go. Very low bases, Brad. You can see it there.
Yeah, we were talking about that as we were frantically driving into work today. We noticed how low the bases are, and you can kind of see the vortex occasionally there in the distance, but definitely low clouds, and that is where tornadoes like to form. Those, and you can see it right there, I believe, right over the top of that white building, kind of reaching the ground. Now, if we check the CC again, I thought the last frame might have shown some debris on our
yeah, I'm looking at my product and my
correlation
computer.
coefficient. So there's a product we use on the radar that sometimes can show debris, basically, because debris looks different than raindrops and hail, which are basically round. If there's something up there that's not round, the CC product or this debris product can see it, and we're kind of seeing that here.
I'm going to stop you there. I don't think that is debris because that looks like that's just ahead of where the tornado would be. So I don't think that's a debris ball in the heart of Pleasantville. I think it might be just some light rain if it is even raining there.
Yeah.
So I don't. Because I saw the same thing, and I thought the same thing. It's like, oh my gosh.
I saw that in the last frame, but you're right. It's probably too far ahead of it, so it's something different.
Yeah, I think the strongest rotation is riding right along Highway 92 right now. I'm going to go back to the velocity product here. It does look like it's trying to move.
Turning right a little bit.
Yeah, due east. So it was moving east-northeast. I think it is now moving basically due east.
That's good news for Pleasantville, but yeah, so maybe it's turned this way. It was heading up this way originally. Now it's turning more to the right. When we say a right turner, it means it's curving this way. So it's trying to go to the south of Pleasantville, or the south side, but still, it doesn't matter because we have a tornado in the area, on the ground. You have to seek shelter. It's not a matter of a mile or two. It's a matter of just playing it safe. That's what we're doing here at Pleasantville. Just play it safe in this area. Anywhere around the Pleasantville area. We've been saying Pleasantville, but obviously if you live near Pleasantville or south of Pleasantville, Brandon.
Yeah, you know, and earlier I said this would stay to the northwest of Knoxville, and as we see a little bit of a right turn, I still feel like it will stay north of there, but if you live maybe say 2 miles, 2.5 miles, 3 miles northwest of Knoxville or north of Knoxville, I would go ahead and seek shelter. So if you're close to Donnelly, you're on Highway 5 in between Knoxville and Pleasantville, or you're on 14 north of Knoxville, I'd like for you to go ahead and get in shelter because it's better to be safe rather than for us to have a sudden change in direction with this and have to alert you very quickly. And again, we're still checking the correlation coefficient here, which is our debris signature where we look for that.
Yeah, this is, I think we're going to get a new scan in the next
very quick
30 seconds.
Okay.
I do not see anything in terms of debris with this,
right.
Which is good news. We'll keep a close eye on that. Strongest rotation, this product is typically delayed a few minutes, so strongest rotation right over the southern half, if you will, of Pleasantville right now, probably between Highway 92 and Pleasantville.
Let's reset a little bit. It's just after 1:30 on Saturday afternoon. If you are just just joining us on TV, weareiowa.com, the We Are Iowa app, our entire weather team here tracking a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado that is just near Pleasantville in Marion County. We've got multiple storm cells that we've been watching, some very heavy rainfall and thunder and lightning moving through Metro Des Moines, but no severe weather threat with that right now. The cell of interest, the one that we've really been watching most closely, is right in Marion County in the northwestern corner of the county, and it will eventually be moving into southern Jasper County. Currently south of I-80, we have a confirmed tornado, or had at least at one point with this storm, and this warning will go until 1:45, so at least another pretty close to 15 minutes. That'll be 13 minutes from now, and we've been watching this warning highlighted in pink, and that means that this was an observed tornado at one time, and it's a pretty slow moving storm cell. We have been seeing these storms moving only about 15 miles per hour, very different from many of the other severe weather events we've had so far this season.
Yeah, those were moving at 60 miles per hour, it seems like, and they were hard to follow. At least this one, we've got a fix on it. We know what's happening. You folks in Pleasantville, you are under the gun right now. You are in the danger zone, basically, with this cell. And you can see that that hook nature is still there, but it's really kind of, it's gotten a little bit messier looking. It doesn't look quite as sharp as it once did. And so it's still a dangerous storm. And as far as we know, that tornado was on the ground. We haven't heard that it lifted. So this is a dangerous storm anywhere around and in the Pleasantville area, and possibly to the south. It maybe that rear flank downdraft may be wrapping itself around it. I don't know. I did notice an outflow boundary from the Polk County cell, so we may see some development in Madison County maybe. I don't know if that'll happen, but there's outflow, and Dave, maybe you'll show that later.
Sure.
But right now,
yeah,
it was hard to see, but there was a little outflow coming down out of the south.
I'll stop it here. You can see it kind of northeast of Winterset there.
Yeah. So we'll see if something develops there, but we are expecting more development. Of course, the tornado watch includes much of central Iowa, and right now our first tornado on the ground of the day coming into the Pleasantville area, and it is still potentially on the ground as far as we know. I haven't seen any more reports. Rotation has become more broad, but the tornado warning continues. So yeah, you can see the structure has changed, and the National Weather Service said the rotation not looking as good, Brandon.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we've been saying here too. This had a really well-defined hook on our radar that we were looking for, and we still see a velocity signature. It certainly hasn't gone away, but the couplet, we call it, of reds and greens coming together is not quite as tight as it was. It's much broader now, and so typically when the rotation becomes a little bit broader, the tornado threat is a little bit lower. We still can see a rotating wall cloud. We still can see a funnel cloud. And I like to see that the rotation is broadening some. I hope it doesn't tighten up. But the thing with these storms is there's not a lot of upper level support today in our atmosphere. So these tornadoes, whatever we do see today, will likely be very brief. We're not expecting anything too strong to develop because we don't quite have that sort of setup. But we do have a decent amount of atmospheric energy. We have a lot of directional shear, meaning that we've got winds changing with direction as we go from the surface of the ground up above. And
there's a good shot there.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got a new picture, guys. This is out of Pleasantville.
Yep,
that's
that was
a really
funnel
good shot.
cloud.
It says large funnel or wall cloud, but yeah, it's basically a rotating cloud that has not maybe touched the ground with its wind yet. But
the lack of low-level winds is preventing that from touching the ground.
Yeah.
So I think that is going to be we're going to see, I think, not a lot of those types of pictures. Those types of pictures of funnels are going to be common as we head throughout the afternoon.
I think you're right, Dave. There's a lot of rotation in the atmosphere, but not a lot of support to get them to the ground, maybe.
Especially for a longer period of time, too.
And the benefit, I mean, hopefully they do just pulse up, pulse down very quickly. If we do see touchdowns, the shorter amount of time that they are on the ground, hopefully the less damage we would see or any kind of significant impacts. It would be great if we could just see them in open fields like that.
As far as Pleasantville goes, guys, we're going to continue that warning, though. It's going to go for another 8 minutes or so. So stay in your safe place until the all clear is given. This warning may have to be reissued. We don't know yet because the rotation's still there, and it may spin back up and recycle a little bit, Dave.
Yeah, it's definitely the weakest it's been. Like Brandon said, there's no couplet here. You can see there's a lot of kind of gray area here in the middle. The strongest area of rotation is probably down here on the southern edge.
Yeah, south side of Pleasantville, it looks like.
Where highways 368 and the main highway kind of join back together there.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's all good news there. And if this
by the Pleasantville Clinic might be where the strongest rotation is right now, south side of Pleasantville.
Yep. And it looks like that's our only threat. Even the hail threat has gone way down with this cell. So
yeah.
Again, that pulsing, it was stronger earlier. It did its business, and now it's kind of weakened. No, not much hail. And
nothing on the hail tracker.
Something we could point out, though, is we still have some pretty heavy rainfall rates.
Sure.
And so, I'm not going to necessarily say that flooding will occur, because hopefully it certainly doesn't. It takes a long time for a lot of flash flooding or street flooding to occur, and these are moving maybe just quick enough to hopefully prevent any significant issues. We're already seeing the rate of rainfall in the Des Moines metro go down a little bit. It was pouring in West Des Moines for a while, and that has since ended. This one is still dumping a lot of heavy rainfall, though, as well. So not only do we still have a bit of a tornado threat that we're going to keep an eye on, but just west and into Pleasantville now, north of Pleasantville, in between Swan and Pleasantville, that is some pretty heavy rainfall. And so if you're on some rural county roads or farm roads, I would just say stay at home until these storms pass, because we don't want anybody trying to.
And we are expecting
gravel road.
Yeah, we are expecting more development. I'm actually really surprised, guys, that we don't have something popping up right now along that boundary, because I'm really surprised, but it could happen. This only took about 60 minutes to form a tornado, or maybe a little longer than that, because it was the second cell that popped up. This one.
Yeah,
it took about 60 minutes to produce a tornado or something like that. So,
because of how slow they're moving and how much spin they need to ingest from the atmosphere.
Yeah, so we're going to watch all afternoon for more development. Again, this warning goes for about another 5 minutes in Pleasantville area, and moving off through that area, that broad rotation. The reds and greens are further apart. They're not tight together, so that's good news, thankfully. We think that the tornado has lifted. We don't think it's on the ground anymore, but we're going to keep you in your safe place for a little while longer. And basically, the National Weather Service will decide, and we will concur, hopefully, and everybody will agree that it's safe.
Yeah, you can see how hot these colors were about 20 minutes ago between Sandyville and Pleasantville, and how since then they're now much darker. Rotation has decreased is the point of what I'm saying there, Brad, in the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, so we're looking for those bright colors, bright red, bright green coming together, and you can see some of that stronger wind out there and a little bit closer together. So what we have here is a few more minutes of this warning. They've talked about...
not in the past 5 minutes.
They haven't said what they're going to do.
1:35, that was the last thing they talked about. So my hunch is they're going to let the warning go. They might put a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Well, how long does that one go, that warning? It goes
some more video here from... Andrew, I believe that says,
Yeah, it's really tough to see there in the background, which our producer, Zach, just said too. But he says, I witnessed suction vortices.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to see there.
That's interesting. There might have been several small...
tiny little ones.
They said multi-vortex. That's probably what happened.
Yeah.
Some tiny little spinners within the main area of rotation in there.
And the more that we see more chasers say the same thing, I feel pretty confident that that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it was several small tornadoes.
But just may have been super short-lived.
Yeah. All right. So
the inbounds have picked up a little bit now with the newest scan there east of Pleasantville.
I think my guess is they're going to let the warning expire, reissue a severe thunderstorm warning.
Probably right.
And keep an eye on it.
And that doesn't mean that our team is letting our guard down or going anywhere. We still will be watching it. And, because these are moving up and down so quick, they're pulsing up, the rotation tightens, then it broadens, and at any given point it could tighten up again.
It's only 142. So
and this one really is not inhibited from that inflow area. It's still very warm air coming into it, so it may try to spin up again later on this afternoon.
So anybody who lives, say, maybe in Jasper County, Powesheik County, not saying you will have a tornado warning today, but you would be the next counties that we would be really paying attention to.
They issued another tornado warning. There you go.
Well, and there's a cell merger happening, guys. There's another cell coming out of Knoxville area that's going to merge with that.
Yeah, I think what they could be anticipating here is that could interact favorably. What it's probably doing is taking the inflow from that And it might be trying to wrap itself.
It might boost it up a little bit here. The next, so yeah, it's a new tornado warning. I kind of agree with that cell coming in from the south.
Yeah.
So that goes until 2:30 now.
Okay.
So that gives us another 45 minutes of a tornado warning.
As you were saying, Brandon, north of Knoxville is where that warning is.
And that will now still just include Marion County. And that's going to include Otley, Lake Red Rock, staying north of Knoxville, but right along Highway 14. And hopefully the worst of that would stay south of Monroe. So Dave is putting a track on this now, and that puts it in Otley at about 2:27, which is why that warning will go until 2:30. And again, that is going to cross right over Highway 14.
And if you know anybody,
bridge.
And if you know anybody camping, Lake Red Rock.
A lot of people are out there this weekend.
Give them a call. They may not have a television. They may not know what's going on. Call them if you have some friends or family staying or camping around the lake today. It is a dangerous situation again.
And absolutely, and also hopefully they've already figured it out, but if you know anybody who is planning to be on the lake, if nothing else, this has tons of rain, lightning, and all that, so we don't want anybody on the lake. It's time to
get home.
Get away from the shore and get off the water. Hopefully they've already been able to do that.
Yeah, and hopefully
more video from Pleasantville here.
Okay,
intensive flow.
Real low base.
Rotation. That's the number one reason probably why the tornado threat is so high today. It's muggiest day. We have dew points near 70 here in Des Moines. Lots of moisture. That helps tornadoes. They don't have to stretch far to get to the ground. I'm going to try to see how many people affected in this new warning. There's a lot of things going on in Des Moines today and in northwestern Iowa. The Trump rally, people are already gathering there at Waterworks Park.
That's outdoors, right?
That's outdoors at 7 o'clock tonight. The threat will be over by then in Des Moines. But of course, there's people, I'm sure, that are out there waiting for the rally.
Yeah, many big events. We had the farmers market that hopefully just wrapped up right before the big heavy rain came in. And there's quite a few events going on this afternoon. So now our attention turns to really just to the northeast and east-northeast of Pleasantville. This is where we have a new tornado warning. If you're just joining us on TV, you're just joining us on WeAreIowa.com. New tornado warning that is now for a radar indicated. It was at one point an observed tornado. We don't know or don't necessarily believe that it is still on the ground, but this is a new warning until 2:30 this afternoon. It includes Highway 14 north of Knoxville and south of Monroe. And it will cross right over Highway 14, the bridge right over Lake Red Rock, and it's going to move right through the lake area. And anybody who might be camping or in a cabin or hopefully not a tent, but I'm sure, it is a busy weekend out there, should be in some sort of sturdy shelter. And I imagine a lot of those folks don't have a TV or maybe even internet access right now. So if you know somebody who's out there, give them a call, send them a message and let them know. And then if you're in Otley, I want you to be in shelter now. That'll be crossing right over 163.
There was a brief tornado, and I was actually going to mention this earlier up in northwest Iowa. I've been watching those cells as well, even though they're kind of on the edge of the viewing area. It was in Sac County there.
Okay.
Yeah, they had a brief tornado touchdown, so it's a little cell up there, but this is what we're expecting. These little cells can produce little brief tornadoes just about anywhere here in the water.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned how we've had several days of tornadoes with this system. It started, 4 days ago in Colorado, went into Colorado, Nebraska, then went into Nebraska and western Iowa yesterday. And we sort of anticipated today that as the area of low pressure came right over our area, that we could see some of these quick spin-ups. And this is not necessarily a traditional severe weather setup for us. We don't have a whole lot of upper level support in the atmosphere today, which is why strong tornadoes are not necessarily a concern for us. However, brief tornado touchdowns are certainly possible, funnel clouds, and sometimes people hear brief tornadoes and they think, oh, it's not necessarily a big deal, but even just 1 minute on the ground, 2 minutes on the ground can cause issues. So that's why we're taking it seriously.
There's the rotation again, Dave. It still has strong inbound there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has strong inbounds. The outbounds have kind of vanished.
Yeah, and it's probably going to take a while before it gets its act together because that cell's coming in from the south.
Yeah, I'm seeing a video of a brief tornado just northeast of Schiller, Iowa. That might be the storm. I think you mean Shaler. That's in north.
Yeah,
that's the tornado in Sac
Schaller,
County.
might be Schaller.
Yeah,
or Shaler.
Schaller.
Yeah, it's up in Sac County.
Yep. Okay, back to the radar and the velocity here. You're looking at what the radar is seeing in terms of the speed of the water vapor moving in this storm, Brad.
Yeah, so we're watching that. You can see the brighter greens here. Those are winds going toward the radar back up in the Des Moines area. So stronger inbound winds. The outbounds have really, like Dave said, kind of disappeared for the moment. So the rotation isn't very strong. Not like it was, that's for sure. And of course, without rotation, you really can't have a tornado. You have to have some type of rotation there. And usually we can see it. Sometimes with really small tornadoes, it is hard to pick up on some of the rotation because, it's a very small feature. But right now, I'm not. Yes, Dave.
We got more video
Okay.
out of Pleasantville, I believe.
Let's take a look at that.
From live storm chasers.
Yeah, so the clouds are very low hanging. We're not seeing really any tornado or funnel, but there's certainly low hanging rain-free bases there, maybe wall clouds.
Yeah, I don't think this is on the ground right now. I'd be very honestly surprised if it was.
Is that live? Is that live video then?
I think it's recent.
Okay.
Not live. Within the last, I believe, 10 minutes.
Pretty,
or so.
yeah, it looks pretty recent though, yeah, because that's what we're watching right now. So chasers are going to monitor this because it's not moving very fast. They could walk and follow this storm. But
pretty much. I mean,
yeah, 15,
just about.
You can't really run.
You can jog.
You can jog at 15 miles an hour maybe.
Very weak shear. Have the shear tracker back on here.
Yeah,
22 miles per hour just east of Pleasantville. Not getting any reports of damage
Yeah.
in Pleasantville. Good news there. I don't think
That
it was
is
on the
good news.
ground.
Yeah,
as it
I
went
think we
through.
dodged a bullet for Pleasantville. That is so good. But now we're still monitoring the same storm that has produced a tornado. If you just joined us right now, we have had confirmation of a tornado west-southwest of Pleasantville earlier. We have not had reports of any damage, but it was a multiple vortex tornado, or possibly multiple small tornadoes together. We're not sure exactly.
More pictures from southwestern Pleasantville. They're in western Marion County. Look at how low that cloud is.
Yeah. So
Rob Latch sending those in. Looks like his farmstead there in western Marion County. Low-hanging wall clouds, maybe a funnel sticking out of there. Tornado warning still in effect for Marion County. It's the only county that you might hear the sirens going off in until 2:30 this afternoon. So another 40 minutes that is in effect. You can see how low those clouds are, Brandon, how quickly tornadoes can spin up because of that.
Storm Lake does have a tornado warning now, guys.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That's from the Weather Service up in Sioux Falls.
And it's possible some people might be watching us there just in case. It's kind of on the edge of the viewing area, but just there. If you're in Storm Lake, you are under a tornado warning right now. That cell moving to the north, it looks like.
Yeah, moving almost northwest. It seems like.
It produced a brief tornado. It's a small cell, but again, that's the environment we're in today.
Yep.
Even these small storms can do that, Brandon.
Yeah, and sometimes we've seen this before. I know you and I have been on the air multiple times where it's not even always a storm.
Oh,
sometimes like a rotating rain shower that can produce a brief tornado.
And that's
in fact, I feel like we've seen more of our tornadoes that way.
I think you're right. I don't think there's a lot of lightning with these today. They're probably not.
Yeah, I'll put on the tracker here.
I don't think there's a ton of lightning with it. We'll see how much, but
there is nothing. There is not a single strike now within the last 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, rotating significant rain showers.
That cell did have some lightning earlier, a couple of lightning bolts there, but that's it.
There is an outflow boundary. I'm going to pause this here.
Okay, yeah, you can see that outflow. That's why I thought there'd be something developing along that. So our storm in Polk County has kind of exhaled, and the wind is blowing down here into Warren, Madison, and back into Adair County. And it should be clashing and maybe firing
Outflow
up.
boundaries sort of act like fronts sometimes,
like a cold front,
where
like
they can
cool air.
essentially trigger more storms to develop. The environment still somewhat favorable, even though the heavy rain moved over there, it still could trigger something. So you can really make out where we've got a front parked over the state. And the reason I say you can make it out is because the more humid air, which is when we have higher dew points, right through southern, central, and eastern Iowa, really right through the middle part of the state with dew points between 65 and 70. For May 13th, that's pretty humid. But then you go farther west and we have dew points down in the 50s. And so that's where the severe weather development is not nearly as likely. You were showing the satellite imagery there.
Yeah, you could see that outflow boundary or front kind of from Carroll down through Earlham into central Warren County.
Essentially where we have what we call more cumulus clouds developing there on the radar.
Yeah.
Temperature has dropped in Des Moines and in Ames. So
this is the warm, humid air, and we've got those southerly winds coming in. We've got easterly winds coming in here, creating a low-level spin, basically. We also have, guys, there's good rotation. Going back to our tornado warning, there is good rotation at 5,000 feet. I just noticed that.
Okay.
So again, it's got that mid-level rotation.
Yep.
So if that sustains itself, it could stretch itself to the ground.
Yeah.
And produce a tornado. So.
As we are about 6.5 minutes away from 2 o'clock, we should reset a little bit and let folks know you are watching continuous coverage here on Local 5 and KCWI. And also at WeAreIowa.com on the We Are Iowa app. We have a tornado warning in effect for Marion County, and this is a warning that goes until 2:30 p.m. A storm or a very large rotating rain shower that has had a history of producing a tornado, and that was near Pleasantville, potentially a multi-vortex tornado. We actually have 2 tornado warnings, one that is way to the northwest, just on the edge of our area, but that's out for Storm Lake, which is that's Buena Vista County, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Until 2:15. And then we have the warning for Marion County that goes until 2:30 this afternoon. So if we zoom in on the Marion County cell, and folks who are in the path of this, anyone on Lake Red Rock or very close to it, you've got to be in shelter. Highway 14 and then Otley. Otley is right along 163. So if you live northwest of Pella or you're between Monroe and Pella, you need to be in a safe place. 2:30 arrival time in Otley, and that's not very far off. The problem with these storm cells is they've been moving very slowly. We've had an average wind speed, or not wind speed, but an average speed of the storm at 15 miles per hour, and that's really slow for these types of cells.
I'm going to go up and see if I can sample some of the winds higher a lot. And yep, you can see that rotation kind of there. You see the hot greens, the hot almost blues on that scan. This is probably about 5,000 feet, like Brad said. Those greens with a couplet of reds, not near the ground. We'll see if that rotation can kind of try to stretch all the way to the ground in the next few minutes.
So essentially we are seeing rotation with it. It's there, it's up above the ground, and it's just not as intense or as strong right at the surface. And of course, we have an environment that can produce these brief tornadoes, but
they're talking about the Sac Buena Vista County storm.
Yeah.
They're talking about the radar beam height where Buena Vista County is. It's kind of in between where the Des Moines radar is and where the Sioux City radar is. And due to the curvature of the Earth, the radar beam shoots in a straight line, but the Earth keeps curving. So the farther from the radar, the higher the beam shoots into the storm. So basically, we get a look at the Buena Vista storm.
Are you sure the Earth is not flat, Dave?
At 5,000 feet from both the Des Moines radar and the Sioux City radar. So tough to discern the low-level rotation. That's why the warning was issued, because of this storm's history to already producing a tornado right on the Sac Buena Vista County line. We'll monitor that. That's obviously a fringe county, Buena Vista.
Yeah. And you know, I was looking at the high-resolution rapid refresh model, and it does continue to develop more activity around the metro. So we're not out of the woods completely, but right now our focus is this cell. It has rotation, at least at higher levels. The rotation is there. And I think put a little motion to see if these are merging. Is that cell going to eventually merge or not? I mean, it's kind of trying to come up.
Yeah, it's almost its own little bean shape here.
Yeah, right? So it may become the dominant storm. So this may be an interesting feature. I think you're right on that, Dave. It may preclude the one to the north, and this one may become the more dominant cell. They're really going to become one probably eventually, but they're not moving very fast. I think this one is going to merge with the slower moving one to the north, but there is going to be more development, I expect, in Des Moines. Some of the models were saying west of Des Moines or north of Des Moines, so we'll see what happens. But right now, this is our only tornado warning. And did they just reissue that?
Yeah, it reissued until 2:30. Still radar indicated hail smaller than penny size.
So they've tightened up their warning, basically?
Yeah, smaller warning. Pleasantville out of the warning. The one main city in the warning is Otley. The warning still goes until the bottom of the next hour.
So it's really right over Lake Red Rock, right?
Yeah, maybe. Sometimes when these storms go over lakes, there's less friction on the ground. Water spouts can form, and we'll see if that water spout can kind of continue itself out of the other side of Lake Red Rock towards Otley. Otley, the storm in your neighborhood in 30 minutes by around 2:30. You can see that polygon ends pretty much right around Otley. So it'll cross over the bridge, the Highway 14 bridge, in the next 15 to 20 minutes. This warning only includes Marion County. Let's take a quick look at the cell in the metro. That one has pretty much fallen apart in the past half hour. There is virtually no lightning on any of these cells. Now a couple new strikes in Marion County. Could be a sign that the storm is strengthening. More electricity. In northern Marion County.
It's building to the south too for whatever reason. It's kind of interesting that wherever that cell came from, there's more cells developing along that line down into the Sheraton area.
Yeah, that might be an area to watch. Untapped air in there. We're expecting those what we call semi-discrete, so independent mini supercells, so smaller powerful thunderstorms, still producing a tornado. The damaging wind threat is low. The primary risk, those brief, weak tornadoes. Some quarter-size hail is possible. Haven't had any reports of hail yet. But those brief and weak tornadoes. And the flash flooding threat is possible just because of how slowly these are moving. This is a half-hour radar loop. It's been raining in Pleasantville for a half an hour. Monroe has been seeing rain and will continue to see rain in far south, southern Jasper County.
I mean, if we get bored by looking at the storm, we could look at the precipitation, estimated precipitation in that area, Dave, so we can zoom in. And you can see some of the heavy pockets of rain. It's probably, he'll put a marker on these, and it's over an inch of rain, maybe close to 2 inches of rain. So, yeah, it was pretty heavy downpour there. We'd probably, to get flash flooding in a certain area, you might need 4 or 5 inches.
Yeah, especially this early in the year, because we are behind the 8 ball already in terms of year-to-date average rainfall. The airport reporting 1.22 inches of rain. Yeah, so this is verifying. I can query near where the airport is, 1.3. So yeah, this product pretty accurate.
Wow.
Almost 2 inches in the area. It looks like the bullseye there near coming.
So if we see redevelopment in the metro, there might be a problem. But right now our focus is still the cell that's really moving over Lake Red Rock.
Yeah, and I'm watching the 5-minute observations at the airport. What happened last Sunday, remember guys, is that storm went through Grinnell, just north of the metro, created an outflow boundary, made the metro kind of in a force field, dropped dew points, dropped temperatures, but now that happened, but now temperatures and dew points are going back up a little bit. So metro is not out of the woods yet today,
I noticed
Brandon.
they were recovering. And that 1.3 inches of rain at the airport, by the way, makes up for really what we didn't get last night, because the storms did not stay as strong as we originally thought they would last night. So thankfully we avoided that, but we still have a tornado warning in effect for about a half hour, Brad, and this goes until 2:30. And really the area of greatest concern is going to be in between Monroe and Pella, right through Otley, along Highway 163 and along Highway 14. This will stay right to the north of Knoxville and go essentially in between Monroe and Otley along 14 and 163.
Yeah, this thing has just not moved much.
I know, and I was a little surprised when they reissued this, but that merger is not really happening like I thought it would. But
it's just because that southern cell is just taking a while to catch up to it.
Nothing's moving fast today.
No, and it could exacerbate the flash flooding threat. I'm going to go back to the velocity. There's a little something there. It's trying the outbound's trying to pick back up. I'll stop
Dave,
the loop.
While you're doing that, we've got a picture from Storm Lake, which is that other storm that we were watching. This was, well, from the picture, looks like a funnel cloud, but reported as a brief tornado near Lakeside, so not far off from Storm Lake from Holden Smith. And that, of course, is just really outside of our viewing area, but there are some folks in Storm Lake that may get our signal.
Yeah, in the far northwestern part of the viewing area.
But of course, the tornado warning for Marion County is really the only one in our immediate area.
Not sure what just happened to our velocity product here. It's switching the radar on us.
Oh, because you're closer to one radar than the other, and it switches.
No, that was a bad scan.
Oh, it was a bad scan.
Let me mark that bad data. Okay, so we're going to have to come back to that. At least a bad velocity scan. That tornado warning still in effect in Storm Lake for another, what is that, 2:30, Brandon? It's not
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
popping up on our crawl. Yeah, 2:30.
I can actually join the
Looks like these
Falls chatter for that.
storms are now starting to merge, Brad.
Yeah.
Just in the past scan or two. So we'll see. Typically, the number one thing that does, it can combine the updrafts, enhance the hail threat a little bit. The good news, this is if the hail falls. Right now, it's right over Lake Red Rock. So if there's one place for hail
I'm
to
watching
go.
the rotation increasing west of Knoxville with that new cell. It's actually getting a little bit stronger there west of Knoxville. So I think it's going to become the dominant cell in the next 30 minutes. We'll see.
The one, by Highway 55.
Yeah,
Sure. Or 5, excuse me, Highway 5, not 50.
The other one still has some mid-level rotation mostly, but it doesn't have.
That being said, if you are in, say, the northwest part of Mahaska County, so communities like Sully, Linville, New Sharon, Searsboro, and Poweshiek County, you're not under a warning right now, but you are you're in the areas where this storm and this merger will be moving towards. So even though we don't know exactly what will happen there, those will be our next towns that we pay close attention to.
Doesn't look like a tornado is on the ground right now. I'm looking at social media. No reports.
Some of the reports went a little bit quiet for a few minutes.
Yeah, looks like the storm that's producing a brief weak tornado right now is the one up near Storm Lake.
Yeah.
I've got another report. So we've had at least 3 touchdowns today, at least.
And to clarify, the Storm Lake tornado warning goes until 2:15.
Okay.
2:15. Okay, thanks for
But
that.
Marion is until 2:30 then,
Correct, yeah.
northern Marion County.
Yeah,
All right, so things are not looking that severe right now, at least in the Marion County cell. That merger is going to be happening. There's no hail, there's virtually no lightning, there's some heavy rain, and there's not much rotation.
Yeah.
We're staying on just out of caution, I guess, to see what happens.
We'll watch and see what happens with these cells in southwestern Marion County, northern Lucas County. You can see one of them in northern Lucas County, kind of already taking on that bean shape to it, if you will. We're definitely, it's 2 o'clock. We are not out of the woods yet. The tornado watch goes until 7 p.m. tonight. I will pop that back up real quick. Just the yellow counties are the counties included in the tornado watch. I know Lucas County technically not included. That does not mean that Lucas County has a 0% chance of seeing a tornado.
Sure.
More video. This is at Storm Lake.
Storm Lake, yeah.
Multi-vortex tornado.
Oh, look at that.
Just nearly hit a tour van. Wow. Oh yeah, you can see it in the field there. Wow, from Aaron J. Jack.
It's almost like a brief land spout.
It looks like a land spout, like a dust devil.
Yeah,
almost.
like a dust devil.
Watch
Okay,
it.
let's keep
it's gonna
watching.
hit the van. It's going to go right over the van. So this is what we're dealing with, these little vortexes. And
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh.
yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, that's like a glorified dust devil. Those winds can't be more than 80 miles per hour.
Yeah, I'd see
No,
it
but I still
0.
wouldn't want to be in the van at 80 miles per hour.
Yeah.
No.
I saw somebody close the door on it. I hope that's okay.
Wow.
That was pretty interesting, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be one of the smallest tornadoes I've ever seen.
In your storied career. Tornado watch 7 p.m. tonight. All counties shaded in yellow. Just because Madison, Clark, Lucas County not in the watch, the tornado threat is not 0. It is lower than the counties shaded in yellow. 1 tornado warning in effect. That is in northern Marion County. Goes until 2:30, the bottom of the hour. 2 cells merging right now there north of Knoxville. We will see how that impacts the rotation, really, in the next 5 to 10 minutes. These
Dave,
cell
you made a
mergers.
good point about the observations at the airport. We've been watching those. When the rain came through, the temp went down as low as 68, and our dew point dropped by about 4 to 5 degrees, actually almost 6 degrees. Now it's back up again. Temperature is back to 73. So Des Moines, the metro area, is not out of the woods. We still could see further storm development along that outflow boundary that has formed. At this point, we don't have anything along the outflow boundary. That's not to say it won't happen. At this point, we just have these storms that we've been tracking all afternoon so far. And when we're looking here at the surface on our velocity, it's pretty broad. I know we have that rotation a little bit higher up, and now it's very close to Highway 14. And, you know, I still don't want you to let your guard down. I still want you to be in a safe place, especially if you are in Otley or you're on Highway 14 south of Monroe. The best place for you to be is the lowest floor of your home, of whatever building you are in. You want to put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. So if you've got a basement, that's typically the best. I know not everybody does, so maybe a closet or a bathroom of some sort as well. And there's still smaller cells developing south of that. As Brad and Dave pointed out, there's another cell just to the south of that one, and this very well could become the more dominant cell here soon, which is why folks really in, say, hopefully by the time it really gets any sort of intensity, it would be past Pella, but you'll likely get some rain in Pella. New Sharon, if you're in Sully, Linville, and Searsboro, that's the area that maybe has the greatest potential in the next hour, hour and a half.
I'm a little surprised, guys. I've been looking at the high resolution model, you know, and it says we should have new development
Along the boundary?
along anywhere west of the metro, north of the metro, and we're just not seeing anything. We're seeing it where the model says it shouldn't be, actually.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's really what's going to happen now, because this is once this cell. This is the only cell. I thought we'd have several cells by now, so I guess we can consider ourselves lucky.
Yeah, watch what happens to this little shower that goes up in northeastern Madison County. This is a half hour ago. It goes kapoof.
Yeah.
So maybe the atmosphere is stabilized for now. I don't think it's stabilized for the day.
Yeah, I got to figure that, and you've shown the satellite, the visible satellite with the temperatures, and it's warming up in southwest Iowa. And these storms, some of them are going to feed on that. This is just a mess right now, a big hot mess. You got two cells merging right now. The one that produced a tornado earlier west of Pleasantville is the northern one, and that rotation there is really nothing.
There's nothing there at all.
Nothing going on there. So really not concerned about this at all, guys. There's no lightning. There's no rotation, no hail. There's rain right now with this cell. And then that one actually to the south has a better chance, just like before. It's going to have a better chance of development down toward the Knoxville area. There's a little bit of stronger rotation there, but
Storm Lake cell kind of falling apart, Sac
Yeah.
City cell picking up. What I think could happen over the next hour or so, this air kind of northwest of the metro is untapped, completely untapped, from Dallas County, Boone County,
Yeah.
Greene County.
and that's what the model was showing, is that area.
Yeah, I would watch that area for development over the next hour. That is where, guys, 3 Cape is maximized, lowest level of the atmosphere instability, really unstable in the lowest mile or two closest to the surface, just west and northwest of the metro. I would kind of monitor that area over the next hour or so.
And you showed how quickly these storms exploded, how fast they developed. I mean, we were thinking, oh, 1 o'clock will arrive, and then all of a sudden, all of us were chatting, and these cells, these towers, we sometimes call them, started rapidly developing over Madison County, and so we came in early and for good reason. But this warning right now, still set to go until 2:30. We're really not seeing a whole lot with it.
I've got a new theory. I think what's going on. I'm looking at visible satellite.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll put this up, but there are spokes of, like in the atmosphere around this low. There's, you know how hurricanes have their arms.
Yep.
Peter. That's what this is kind of doing. It's got a band in northwest Iowa. It's got one in central Iowa. It's got one in eastern Iowa. There are 3 distinct bands, almost equidistant apart. And those are the areas of forcing or lifting. You can see it on the visible satellite imagery if we maybe go to that. But just trying to figure out why we're not seeing the development here.
Yeah, I'll go to visible here.
There's another look at the video. Hard to see. That's Lake Red Rock, I assume.
Yeah, Lake Red Rock.
There is a boat out in the storm.
Oh my
Hopefully
gosh.
he's okay. Luckily there's
yeah,
no
there
lightning
he
or
is.
wind. But
Next level storm chaser going out on a boat on
boat.
Lake Red Rock.
chasing a tornado on a boat. But well, thankfully we don't have a tornado. But that is probably a dangerous place to be. But he'll have a story to tell for sure as he was out there. So
We'll have some story. We'll see.
yeah.
what
So
kind of story.
if maybe I can go on. I don't know if we can put this imagery behind me at the wall. But I was just going to point out the 3 distinct areas. Thank you. So this is the one area here. and it's easier to see on my visible satellite. But then there's another area here, and you can see that. Let it run, Dave.
Okay.
And you can see the outflow boundary kind of clearing this whole area out of Dallas County. Dallas County became completely sunny, stabilized the air. Look at that, sunshine in Dallas County, just west of Metro, cleared it out. So you got this area right here, if you can imagine there. We've got this area right here in central Iowa producing the thunderstorms. We've got one in eastern Iowa that has storms as well. So there's three almost like feeder bands, kind of like a hurricane, because this is an area of low pressure. The low is out here, and these are the pockets where it's developing. So we may have to wait for that western area to move in. I don't know.
I'm just gonna draw a front here real quick.
It's kind of a warm front situation.
Yeah, it's stationary or warm. Take your
quick
pick.
update while you guys are doing all that satellite analysis. The tornado warning for Buena Vista County has been allowed to expire.
Good deal.
So that one is no longer an area of concern. Still watching the storms there, of course.
Yeah, and I think Marion County honestly should be allowed to expire any time now.
I agree.
So, but we're going to keep a watch on it. I see really no rotation of concern at all there. There's stronger rotation west of Knoxville, but it's not that strong either.
Yeah, this warning.
More inbounds than anything.
This warning is warning a shower now.
Yeah.
Well, we have a guy, Tony, says in the chat, view is kind of murky. You're on the north side of Knoxville, so that's that cell you said might take over the rotation. Easterlies have picked up. That's the inflow into the storm, and there is a lowered base off to the west. We're going to see lowered bases all day. That doesn't necessarily really mean anything. We'll go back to velocity.
Yeah, they're going to be scary-looking clouds otherwise. I mean,
yeah.
When they're that low and that dark, it looks like, wow, that's a dangerous-looking cloud, and it certainly can be. But yeah, that's what I was looking at. A strong inbounds there.
You see how this has gone over the past 10 minutes or so.
It's
hard to tell.
Picked up a little, but it's still broad. It's still weak.
I don't think they'll warn that, but that's
no, I don't either.
New area to watch now, right on top of Knoxville. So if you're in Knoxville, especially on the north side of Knoxville, you probably have an interesting view looking to the north, no doubt about that, with the tornado warn cell and the one that basically just passed right over your head. I'm looking more on Twitter to see if we have any new footage.
So we could pull up, if we want to, pull up some of those images we had earlier of the tornado. I can't remember which one was the best one, but it seems like we did have some of the earlier images we got from that Chaser Hunter. Was it Hunter's pictures that were the best?
Yeah, did he post? I'm not actually sure if he posted. We had several.
You got permission.
That was probably the best one we had there.
Okay, yeah, Ryan Skoll. And that was that wall cloud. Here's some other pictures from earlier. See how low the bases are of these cells? That's near Pleasantville as well. Hard to see if anything's reaching the ground. And then there's that video that we have there. It looks like it's right behind the white building, maybe reaching the ground there, but hard to see for sure. And what was really interesting was the vortex in the field up in the Storm Lake area. That was pretty crazy too. So here's another picture of the Pleasantville. And here's that multiple vortex tornado nearly hit our van. So yeah, this is pretty interesting video. If you haven't seen it yet, I don't know where we're gonna see it.
It's kind of towards the tail end of the video.
Okay, here we go. So there it is. Looks like a dust devil out there, but that counts as a tornado. It's a vortex of a tornado.
And the movement of those are really hard to predict.
Erratic.
That small
they're
scale.
Just spinning around. And you can see them kind of, there's a vortex right there, and there's one in front, there's one in the back, there are multiple. That is pretty cool. There's a cat. These things are there's like dust devils.
That is, oh my gosh, the cat's running away.
And then there's another one over there. So yeah, I don't think I've seen anything like that. It literally looked like several dust devils.
Only in Buena Vista County. Only in Buena Vista.
In conditions like today, because we were talking about, we call them land spouts, and that's kind of what those are. Land spouts, which are basically small tornadoes, and they can cause damage, but it's certainly not the tornadoes they had in Nebraska yesterday, which was looked like a half a mile wide. Did we ever get a confirmation in Nebraska how, was it EF3 or 2 or?
I don't know. We don't know. It's probably a 3.
Probably 3, but this would be EF0, and if they had a lower ranking, it would be that. But there's the cat. Cat knows what to do. So we are still watching, Brandon was still watching that cell down north of Knoxville, but I don't really see much.
I was going through all of the velocity scans, and the different tilts, and
it's really tightened up here north of Knoxville. This is pretty
That's the
quick.
one. Right? Yeah,
yeah.
It is. It's getting more organized. But then there's another cell coming in.
But that's also an area of rotation, which is with the other storm cell that's not even included in that warning.
Yeah, and it's going to get muddied by the one to the south coming in.
Yeah.
So there's multiple cells developing there. So, yeah, hopefully when this expires at 2:30, we can get you back to your programming. But right now things have quieted down, and I'm really surprised we haven't seen more development here. We are at 2:18, and it should be lighting up.
We do have that look. If we could take Max 1 for a minute, we do have a live lookout to the west here, and you see
A couple of cells.
some cells that are, some cumulus clouds trying to do a little something there. The sun's back out in West Des Moines.
Plenty of it.
Yeah.
Dew points up to 70 at the latest 5-minute
These cells may go vertical. They might.
Definitely not. Nobody's out of the woods yet, I would say.
No. The watch goes until 7 p.m. and I would say at least through 5 or 6 we have a chance of something spinning
at least
up.
5. Yeah.
So really, we're dealing with a low pressure system, by the way, that's produced tornadoes 4 days in a row. But today is the weakest day for this low. So we're lucky. We're dealing with a weak low, and tomorrow it kind of gets collapsed.
It gets squashed,
Squashed.
A chillier and cloudier day for Mom.
Yeah, so we don't have to worry about any severe weather for Mother's Day, but we do have to worry about it the next several hours here. So that warning is still ongoing, and it is until 2:30, so about 11 more minutes or so. And then hopefully we can go back to your normal programming. We're not going to stay on. I wish it would not have been issued, but there it is, and I think we'll have to keep an eye on it. The rotation is getting strong. Oh boy. Look down toward Knoxville, Dave. I've got really.
Yeah, that's where it's spinning up now.
This is at 4,000.
The weird thing about where that rotation is that there's like no rain there.
Yeah.
It's not at the bottom of a hook or anything, so I'm not
it's
sure.
a little suspect. A little sus.
It could be 2 outflow boundaries kind of intersecting.
It is. I bet it is. Although there's a hook signature at a higher, the 2.5 scan kind of shows a hook signature there, but I don't know.
I see what you mean now.
This is weird.
Because I'll tell you what's happening. The part of the storm is getting merged with the higher part of the storm is already merged with it.
It might just be the winds of the merger.
The tilt of this updraft is probably so extreme that it's showing looks of rotation. If you're in Knoxville, there could be a funnel, there could be a wall cloud. To be
not
quite
a bad
honest.
idea to be in a safe place.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt by any means. You're not technically under a tornado warning.
It just expired the warning.
Did they?
They did.
Yep.
Brandon kind of nudged them.
I did a little bit. I wasn't going to say that, but I did a little bit. I was like, So with that being said, we don't have any tornado warnings.
Yeah.
The polygon's still there, but we don't have any active warnings.
Yeah, we have a tornado watch, guys, and we're going to continue to watch it closely. We're going to stay here as long as it takes and keep you safe. So you can always count on Local 5 to be there for you, and we'll watch the situation closely. But we want to get back to ABC programming and CW programming. So thanks for watching Local 5, and we will be monitoring here and have the crawl running for you all afternoon. Thank you. Well, hi, everyone. We're back on the air because there is a new tornado warning, and this one does have some pretty good rotation. It is just north of Knoxville, and that rotation being spotted with radar. And there was also a report of a large funnel cloud right here north of Knoxville as well. You can see the stronger greens. That's the inbound winds, the outbound winds to the reds. And the rotation stronger higher up inside the storm, but it definitely has rotation with it. So we've got a warning that goes from Knoxville, north of Flagler, and all the way to the Pella area. And there it is. You can see that pretty strong pocket of rotation. And so this warning is legit. And we have had a confirmation of a large funnel cloud, Brandon.
This is the area we were just pointing out before we got off the air. And this is just north of Knoxville along 14. And this is sort of a new storm cell that had developed south of the original cell, and they've sort of merged together. And the one area of rotation, the one that was eventually, or the one that rather passed through Pleasantville, is gone. But this is a new area of rotation, and Dave's going to try to get
Pella is included in this warning.
Yeah.
305. That's the large funnel cloud right there northeast of Knoxville with this storm.
So this is 35 minutes from now that would be moving into Pella. So still slow moving storms. And this is going to go now just northeast of Knoxville, north of Flagler. It stays north of 92 and goes into Pella. Still crosses Red Rock, except now we're talking about the southeast side of Red Rock.
You can see
and then
how
also
quickly,
crosses 163.
Yeah, how quickly this rotation has picked up just in the past 5 to 10 minutes. We saw it right as we got off the air. And typically how things happen right after we got off the air. This thing spun right up. The rotation has weakened at the lowest levels. This is probably the strongest it was about 8-9 minutes ago due north of Knoxville. Not as tight on a low-level rotation right now, Brad.
So it is good, but I tell you what, it never fails. As soon as we go off the air, then something like this tightens up and gets stronger. They issue the warning, and here we are again. We apologize for you watching your shows.
UFC is on, yeah.
UFC fight, yeah. So we apologize for that. Trying to keep people safe here. And again, tornado possible here in the Knoxville area, moving north of Flagler, and basically it's north of Highway 92 and east of Highway 14. And this is in Marion County, and Pella is included in that if it continues moving that direction.
Sirens are going off in Pella, which is to be expected with this tornado warning. Remember that we said these things would pulse up, pulse down very quickly. If you've been watching us throughout the afternoon, the rotation often tightens up, then broadens out a little bit, and then tightens up again. We are going to see that trend, which makes them a little bit more difficult to track. The slow nature allows us to really hone in on them, but the sort of inconsistencies that we see with the storms, over 10,000 people included in this warning, and this is really going to be for essentially Pella. The storm itself, the core of that is going to be just north of Knoxville, and it'll be moving towards Pella. So if you are in Pella, you do need to go ahead and get to a safe place now. You want to get as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Basement is best, but I recognize not everybody has that, so an interior room is good, a closet, a bathroom, and stay away from windows. And of course, we do not have a confirmed tornado right now. We do have, we had a report of a funnel cloud, but no confirmed tornado on the ground with this. And this is just came in here from Christian, a funnel cloud northeast of Knoxville, and that's the one that we've been seeing. So at any moment, if that rotation tightens up again, it could touch down, and there is a tornado watch in effect until 7 p.m. this evening.
Yeah.
I'll look a little bit up. The rotation, it's still there. This is at about, this is the 1.3 degree tilt, Brad. So that's about
232. That's right now. Okay.
6,000 feet into the storm. That's where we see the rotation.
So that's the strongest we have. It's up above, and that creates the rotation, and the spotters can see that, or it can form the funnel cloud. And of course, if it gets to the ground, we have a tornado. So it's really not that far from the ground. That funnel cloud was probably just a couple hundred feet, or maybe 500 feet or so off the ground. So it is heading off to the northeast as far as we know. It's moving at 15 miles per hour. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Not fast.
They've been slow all day.
Taking its sweet time. Yeah, moving
Still at 15.
east, located over Knoxville Raceway. at 2:25, 9-10 minutes ago. It's probably only moved about a mile from the rest.
I'm not sure if they're having or trying to have a race tonight.
There were people out there today
trying to have a race.
Something, so I hope folks have been able to get to a safe place.
Yeah, and it's been a rough go of it. I know a lot of the racetracks, Boone, Knoxville, all these places have had trouble with the rains recently, getting stormed out or rained out. But this is a different situation. The possibility of a tornado here moving east of Knoxville now, that strongest rotation. It is heading toward the Flagler area, north of Flagler, and heading into Pella as well. So if you live in this area, seek shelter immediately and stay there. We have had a funnel cloud reported. And
we still have reports of a rotating wall cloud there.
Okay, so it's kind of gone up a little bit higher in the atmosphere. Yeah. So the precursor to a tornado is that rotating wall cloud, and then it becomes a funnel cloud, and then it becomes a tornado. So that's kind of the way things evolve in the atmosphere. But we're looking at velocity here. Let's go back to the actual reflectivity if we could, Dave. And you can see this cell here. Doesn't have the shape that we once had, but that doesn't always matter. Sometimes they don't look like they're supposed to look, I guess you could say. But this is the only storm we have. And in fact, you may not even hear lightning with that. Is the lightning tracker, let's go down and click on that. There's a couple of bolts, but not much.
So. Yeah, a few. That's in the past 5 minutes, so
yeah,
less than a bolt a minute.
Yeah, so very, very little lightning. This is all just basically low-level wind shear, creating an environment where these can spin up at least funnel clouds. And Dave was right earlier, we're going to see a lot of funnel clouds probably today, and hopefully not very many tornadoes. But this was producing a funnel cloud earlier, not too far from Knoxville, north of Knoxville. It looks like it's moved east or north. It's probably northeast of Knoxville now, that strongest rotation. It'll continue to move off to the east or east-northeast, and you can see that rotation.
Bit of a delayed product there, I think.
Yeah, probably a delayed product, but it looks like it shifted a little bit to the east or northeast of Knoxville now, I should say.
This is live. This is a minute and a half ago scan here.
And you can see how it's weakened. Those definitely those outbound colors, the reds have weakened quite a bit.
Something a little bit concerning that a viewer just shared with me, and hopefully they've made some adjustments. Central College in Pella had graduation scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's inside or if it's outside.
Oh, boy.
I'm hoping that they were able to make delays and adjustments to that, but this is going to move into Pella, and regardless of if it produces a tornado, I don't like that such a big event is ongoing. That is a bit concerning. So if you're in Pella, please go ahead and get to a safe place, seek shelter, because as quickly as these have been able to pulse up and down, I don't want to have anybody off guard in Pella and then all of a sudden it produce something.
Yeah, if graduation is in fact at 2 o'clock, the siren's going off in Pella. I'm sure they're taking their tornado precautions right now. Yeah. Luckily, the storm's moving at snail's pace, less than school zone speed limits, 15 miles per hour to the east.
It's really just creeping along. And
yeah, so Pella's got about a half an hour.
Central College commencement is on hold.
Okay, thanks for that update.
So that's good to know.
Good. With that tornado warning in effect, this is only in Marion County, one singular county included in this warning. Seeing that brief funnel a few minutes ago, but now a rotating wall cloud northeast of Knoxville, northwest of Flagler. They're now east of Highway 14 in central Marion County. Only cell, tornado warned right now. We're watching for other development, nothing happening just yet.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at a cell maybe popping up in
Jefferson.
Yeah, Greene County. Well, there's a really red little tower popping. It's south of Grand Junction, actually.
Yeah. So we're going to watch for areas northwest of the metro for more storm development. We're going to kind of focus on this tornado warning. This is why we are on the air right now. You can see trying to form a bit of a hook structure. The inflow is unimpeded, really. Inflow for the storm comes from the east-southeast, and it can spin up and potentially produce a tornado. The velocity product has weakened a little bit. You don't see the reds and the greens co-located. There's a bit of a kind of a gray area between the two right in the middle. Wall cloud for sure. Tornado probably not present, Brandon.
Unconfirmed report of a multi-vortex tornado in progress over the reservoir just north of Knoxville. So I say unconfirmed. That was tweeted out by a chaser. So that is something that was 13 seconds ago.
Northwest of Knoxville. Okay. That's interesting.
That's why I say unconfirmed.
Should be northeast. Maybe that was maybe it was a
That could have been a typo, yeah.
typo or something.
Yeah, W and E are right next to the keyboard there. So I'm going to turn the radar off. So the reservoir is right around here. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly possible. We'll see if we get photo confirmation from Aaron Rigsby, who just tweeted that. On Highway 92. So Highway 92 is to the south. Maybe that's where he's located.
And then looking in that direction.
Yeah, because Highway 92 is right here on the south part of town. The highest area of rotation is north of Highway G44 there, between Knoxville and Lake Red Rock.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Definitely has that hook.
It kind of makes sense because we've seen that structure. I mean, we've seen the multiple vortices, frequently today.
Yeah, those little tiny suction vortices. There's a tweet I saw. Nice catch there from our producers in the control room, doing a really awesome job today. Still continuing a radar indicated tornado for Marion County that goes until 3:15. They're not saying it's confirmed yet, so they're not kind of taking Aaron Rigsby's report to heart. There's not a pink box there. It's still a red box.
Yeah.
If they've even seen it, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I am definitely keeping an eye northwest of the metro. Remember I circled that about 20 minutes ago, Brad and Brandon, that I think we're going to see some development northwest. Nothing for now. This is the storm to worry about for the next half hour.
Yeah, I think we will too.
The atmosphere is recovering here in Des Moines. We're back up to 75 degrees after being knocked down to 68.
75 over 70, yeah.
Yeah, very humid, muggy. That's the highest dew point thus far this year here in Des Moines. Tornado warning continues for another 34 minutes for Marion County. Pella is included in this warning. I'm going to take a slice of the storm a little bit higher up. It's still there. It's not as impressive. This is looking about 6,000 feet into the storm. It looked better right there near Knoxville. That is definitely a couplet, a mid-level couplet, not a low-level couplet near the ground. It's weakened since. Definitely a wall cloud, maybe a funnel, and like Aaron Rigsby said on Twitter, maybe I think multi-vortex tornado is dangerous to use because you think of this giant area of
these are like
suction, and that's not what we saw in Pleasantville.
They're almost like dust devils. They're land spouts. They're very small.
They will do damage if you get caught under them. There's no doubt about that. But they're not going to do 110 plus mile per hour damage like a Category 3 plus hurricane.
Maybe 70 or 80.
Yeah.
No, this storm, though, is closing in on Pella.
Yep.
And so regardless of what is or is not happening with it, if you are in Pella, I want you to go ahead and be in shelter now, because this is the area that we're watching most closely, where we get this little inflow, little kink there, if you will, in the cell. An arrival at 3:15 still expected in Pella. Keep in mind that's in the heart of Pella, so if you live along 163 or you live southwest of town, it would actually arrive in your area quicker. And it will cross 163 and go right into, I'm afraid, kind of the heart of town. So hopefully we don't see a tornado touchdown with this, but that's why we're going to stay with this, because it is definitely a concern.
On a side note, I was looking at surface data, and the surface low is getting weaker and weaker. The pressure is going up in the low. So we're heading in the right direction. We'll have to watch out, of course, for redevelopment, but this cell down in Knoxville, it does have a bit of a hook structure to it, which it didn't have before. But the rotation is definitely not getting stronger. It was stronger when we had the warning issued, obviously. We had some pretty good rotation, but it definitely has not gotten stronger in the last 10 minutes. And again, we've got another merger happening. So we've got the cell to the south that's developing. It's going to be,
Yeah, further south. All the action right now, all the storms are in Marion County, and I say storms. There's not much lightning on
Yeah,
these.
there's not much. And the cell south of our warning is going to start to steal some of that energy, so we'll see how it goes. But I guess the southeast wind could still sneak in there.
Yeah, it's got that bean shape. It's got a bit of a hook. Latest velocity scan. There's certainly a wall cloud, maybe a funnel cloud, in between Flagler and Knoxville, directly to the north. So a few miles north of those two.
It's a pretty tight little couplet there, I guess.
This is a photo, I believe, from Nick Stewart, who is one of our colleagues, if you will. He's over in Cedar Rapids, meteorologist there on TV. Great view of this tornado-warned storm coming over Lake Red Rock. Said the storm is getting slower and getting a better view. But right now we don't see anything corroborating that report of a multi-vortex. You're right, Dave. That's quite a claim to make, and we don't see any sort of video or photo evidence of it.
Marion County, that now a bit more of a couplet. You do see the reds and greens co-located in the newest scan.
Yeah.
That's basically heading right into Lake Red Rock right now. So not a single community in the harm of this right now. Pella is in the warning. It will arrive in Pella in about 40 minutes. Sometimes these storms, I've seen in South Florida, can energize themselves over water, create a water spout, and continue that on the other side of the water.
We had that happen a few years ago on Saylorville Lake. It was
Sure.
very brief, but it did happen, and I suppose it's possible here. Hopefully anybody who was either out on the lake, we saw that video earlier, anybody who was out camping, anything like that, is in shelter. So to reset for you a little bit, time right now is 2:46 on Saturday afternoon. We are interrupting programming and going into hour 2 of continuous coverage here on Local 5, KCWI, and also on WeAreIowa.com for a tornado-warned storm, a cell here that has had a history of producing a funnel cloud. We have had a couple of confirmed touchdowns, one near Pleasantville earlier. Really, in our immediate area, the tornado focus has been all in Marion County. We are starting to see couple of little cells popping up here, this one north of Jefferson. And I know when you look at radar initially, it looks like that's nothing. And right now it pretty much is nothing, but the environment could allow these to grow fairly quickly. But for tornado warnings in our area, outside of something in Buena Vista County, everything has been in Marion County today. We're also going to have some really impressive rainfall totals in Marion County when this is all said and done, because this has been right over the same areas. Pella included in a warning, and that goes until 2:30 today. Already seeing estimates of 1.5 to 2 inches on our radar, with more rain moving through the area. And this product does a fairly decent job. It's not exact. This is an estimate based on Doppler radar trends. And of course, our prime focus still is on the tornado warning that is in effect for Lake Red Rock, Highway 14, 163, and also Pella. Really, it's past 14 now. It'll be passing over Red Rock and right over 163 and going into Pella. This warning set to expire as of now at 3:15. We will see if there is any sort of change to that as we get a little bit closer.
And it looks like as this cell continues, and it still has a decent structure and some rotation, but the one south of it is already starting to show signs, and we've seen this progress through the afternoon, that one cell starts to weaken, and then we'll be watching this cell, which is south of Knoxville, that could become tornadic as well. But right now, this is the one we're watching, which is up to the north, say northwest of Knoxville. That rotation is the strongest, heading generally very slowly toward Pella here across the western or eastern portion of Lake Red Rock. So this is the cell we're watching right now. And is that supposed to be blinking?
Yeah, that's, so I queried it. I don't know, the query went away.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I queried it, so until 3:15, radar indicated, not a confirmed touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the only reason behind that.
Okay.
The rotation tightened up a little bit, Brad.
And there it is. Of course, the greens are going toward the radar in Des Moines. This is going away from the radar. So you can imagine the winds in that area. We know they're rotating. So there's at least rotation there, probably at least a wall cloud, rotating wall cloud. Possibly we had a funnel reported earlier. It was a large, we have a picture of that, large funnel reported. And now we've had reports of maybe a tornado, but we're not confirmed on that quite as of yet. But that is our rotation right now, and it's moving very slowly off to the east, 15 miles per hour, if that. and moving north to Flagler. So that's the danger area right now where you want to seek shelter. As far as Pella goes, it's going to be a while, but they have, I guess, postponed graduation there at Central College. Is that right, guys?
It's on hold.
On hold, yeah.
So hopefully they'll be able to get it going once this passes through. I am inclined to say that the report that we had of a multi-vortex tornado potential, I'm inclined to say that's probably not an accurate report. I think we've talked about that a couple of times.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything else to confirm that. We've got some people saying wall cloud for sure. And also an update from Knoxville Raceway. They say tonight's races are still on. We will be pushing back the pit gate opening time to 5 p.m. So they're still planning most of that activity for tonight, but they got to get all this out of the way. And of course, continuing to dump rain there on the speed.
It is. It's going to be very wet. It's going to be a mutter tonight.
If you're heading to the Iowa Cubs game, there's no pregame catch on the field. So just throwing that in there.
Yeah.
Good information.
So this is really going to be interesting to watch how this cell that's right over Knoxville tries to come in and merge with this. Brad, you mentioned that we've seen several of these pseudo mergers today, and it may cut off the inflow a little bit if it can catch up, but then there's also potential that one could get a little bit of inflow as well. So if you're in places like Harvey, New Sharon, Layton, I know it looks like this is not going to affect your area, especially like New Sharon, 102. And I would just say pay attention, because we may have something that happens with that cell down to the south, just depending on what sort of interaction it has with the one to the north.
Yeah, Brad, what you said about the low weakening, I'm watching these showers try to go up west of the metro on my iPad here, and they're trying and failing northwest of the metro.
Yeah.
So this is
And if you look at some of the, our high-res rapid refresh model, it doesn't show much happening. It's supposed to go north of the metro, but even that's not happening yet. So it'll be interesting to see how this evolves into the evening. Hopefully, we get through this unscathed. So far, guys, I haven't seen any reports of any damage. I think the tornadoes have been small and in areas where we haven't seen damage, as far as we know anyway. So that's good news.
Yeah.
There's still rotation, though. I'm looking at it to the west of Pella, northeast of Knoxville is where that strongest rotation, again, possibly producing a tornado at times or has, but we haven't confirmed that with this particular cell. And the rotation aloft is kind of getting lost. So it's mostly low-level rotation there now.
Gotcha.
And the other cell's kind of emerging, but there is a bit of a bean shape there southwest of Knoxville. That's the little notch that I've been watching. So I'm going to continue to watch that. And it's starting to pick up some rotation there south and southwest of Knoxville.
Only cell we're worried about right now.
It is. Nothing has been firing. They try, but they can't. That outflow boundary remains through Madison County. I can see it on my GR radar screen here. Probably stationary by now, I'd say. Yeah, it's pretty stationary.
No debris, no confirmed tornado on radar. We kind of already knew that, just double checking.
So things are pretty quiet, and again, we have a tornado warning in place in Marion County. We've got another cell that could produce some rotation, Brandon. Have you got new information?
It could. No, they've simply decided to continue that warning.
Yeah.
Now
Still
moving at
until
10 miles per hour.
Yeah. It's and this. And
good news, it slowed down.
And bad news is you're going to see a lot of rain.
Yeah. I know a lot of fields people have been saying around the area already flooded.
Yeah.
Humboldt County got several inches of rain last night.
And our estimations may be low, so they may have seen 3 inches already.
Oh, it's definitely possible.
Yeah,
That county line, yeah.
And it could be another 2 inches or more on the way. So there definitely could be some localized flooding.
Yeah, for sure. Some fields, and I know a lot of people have probably just gotten some corn in the ground or gotten some plants in the ground there, and hopefully.
Large wall cloud cycling again there. Good shot there. Thanks for
firing that up. So we still have sort of that initial step, which is the rotating wall cloud. but we can't really seem to get steps 2 and
Yeah.
3, which is good.
And then you have the rain shaft on the left side of the screen. That's the area reaching the ground. That's this rain over there, it looks like. So to the right, that low dark area.
Our colleague Nick Stewart, who again works over in Cedar Rapids, says he is watching the storm over Lake Red Rock and says there's a low wall cloud there, but there's not much rotation. Just says it's really, really low.
Yeah.
And so essentially what that means is that, like that, it could do something.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes these are the most painful to track because we know that it could do something, but we also don't know that it will for sure.
I want to go back to the kind of current conditions here. The only chance that we have for formation west of the metro is that if this front, kind of a dry line front, interacts with the outflow boundary southwest of the metro.
Yeah.
You can kind of see where the front is right now. Well, you can see where the front is, but you kind of intersecting the dry line. So southwest, I'm just walking over the video wall, kind of get a closer look at it. Adair County, Madison County, maybe Guthrie County. It's just going to be a matter of can we get convergence at the surface to get a storm to fire.
Yeah.
You see a lot of cirrus outflow. It's kind of hazy in southwest Iowa right now.
Yeah, it is.
Interesting there. It's still 73. That was the hourly ob. It's now up to 75 in Des Moines, still 82 in Creston. Dew point still high, especially along and east of 35. Back to the radar here just real quick after a little current condition check, if you will.
Yeah, we're just trying to make sure, what's going to happen here, because forecasting is our forte.
I want to go a little bit further to the south. There is rotation tightening up southwest now of Knoxville. I know it doesn't look like much, but it's kind of forming a bit of a tongue, if you will. So
we've been talking about that for the last, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's trying. Just with these cell mergers, they're hard to predict more than 10 to 15 minutes out with these intricate things on a small, not even a county-wide level, on a city-wide level.
We're kind of lucky the cell mergers are very slowly happening because there's not much energy down there.
Yeah.
Wind energy as far as speed.
The flow aloft, like you said, the low is weakening. The flow aloft is just so weak.
It's weak steering winds here for these cells. So, I don't know what's going to happen, guys. I just don't think much more is going to develop, but I hope I'm right. But
I think everyone hopes you're right.
Yeah, because it should have already happened.
It is Saturday afternoon. I imagine people have things they'd like to do.
I mean, the latest run still shows, the area that Dave was circling there, northwest of the metro, it still shows that area popping. So, but it doesn't show Marion County.
Yeah, it evaporates the cell that's in.
So I don't think it's handling it well right now. We still have the cell going on. It hasn't moved much. It's really, the rotation is getting close to the eastern edge of Lake Red Rock, it looks like. So again, campers could be affected by this. That's pretty much all that's around that area. There's probably a few houses for sure, but mostly it's campgrounds, I suppose. And it is heading toward Pella still. So
it is.
You folks in Pella are still under the tornado warning.
So our news team has been working to confirm some information, and this is from the Republican Party of Iowa. Per former President Donald Trump's Truth Social account, the rally in Des Moines tonight is canceled.
Oh, wow.
We have a photojournalist there right now who says they're not seeing any changes to the crowd right now. But again, this is from the Republican Party of Iowa. Per former President Donald Trump's Truth Social account, tonight's rally is canceled.
Due to the weather.
That's what we know. We don't know much else on that.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't say due to the weather. We don't know. I mean, we can.
Yeah.
Correlation is not causation.
Sure. Waiting for more information there.
Yeah.
It's a good bet, but because there is a tornado watch out and the threat continues for more development, but right now we're just not seeing it right now.
New update from our colleague
Stewart.
Nick. Yeah, possible tornado. The funnel dropped more than three quarters of the way, but then was enveloped in rain. And that's the other issue we have not really talked a whole lot about, is trying to see these things. We've got so much rain out there that they can become quickly rain wrapped. And so chasing them or looking out in the distance and trying to see what's going on is very difficult.
Yeah, you're kind of getting a hazy look at it, not full-fledged view of the storm. Watching two kind of separate areas of rotation now, one south of Donnelly, southwest of Knoxville, and the one that is tornado warned. Due north of Flagler, will approach Pella in the next half hour. We are approaching 3 o'clock right now. It is 2:59 here on this Saturday afternoon. Trump rally canceled, so kind of big news there. For the Des Moines Metro, we're getting word from our photographer, Rachel Wente, not seeing a big crowd leaving. Yeah, Trump's Truth Social account, quote, unfortunately, due to the tornado warnings in Des Moines, we are forced to cancel today's outdoor rally at the Lauritsen Amphitheater. Stay tuned. We will reschedule soon. Be safe out there. So I guess correlation is causation at this point. Due to the tornado warnings, Trump is not coming to Des Moines today. I'm sure he'll be back at a later date. Back to the tornado warning in Marion County.
And that cell, south of or southwest of Knoxville is kind of curling up a little bit, trying to hook a little bit, but the rotation is still very weak. And these are showers now. I don't even know. Again, there's very little lightning, but
a couple strikes. That's about it. Yeah.
So it does definitely have a hook signature to it on the lowest scan, anyway. And there's some rotation with both cells. It's almost equal amounts of rotation, it looks like. The one is over the lake, as that reporter or the chaser was looking at.
Rotating wall cloud. I mean, yeah, we've heard that numerous times by now.
Yeah.
I'm just really perplexed as to why nothing is firing to the kind of in between.
Yeah.
These two. I mean, you've got obviously what's happening in Marion County. You've got what's happening in northwestern Iowa.
It's perplexing to me.
There's nothing in the middle.
The last 2 hours have been like, we are expecting more development. So this one cell, or these several cells, I guess now in Marion County, that's the only game in town. And that includes everywhere in Iowa. There's only one area that looks dangerous right now, and that's there.
Yeah.
So pretty interesting situation going on. We are continuing to watch this cell down in Knoxville right now. And again, Knoxville, you are getting rain for sure on the north side of town, some heavy rain coming down. Does anybody know where the Speedway is in Knoxville? What's
kind of right in the heart of the city. I don't exactly remember what street it's on.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much right there.
It's just north of downtown.
Yeah.
So it's you're going to see some rain, obviously, and
like you said, it might be Mudfest tonight.
Yeah, it's kind of
very fun.
Curling around. They just start moving 10 miles per hour maybe, and they're kind of redeveloping, a little training going on. So a lot of rain falling in this area, especially on the north side of Knoxville. Looks like getting the worst of it there between Knoxville and Pleasantville, a lot of rain. The tornado warning is continuing, I guess, for 13 more minutes. Is it until 3:15?
It is, and like you said, you're watching what's there just to the south and west of Knoxville. I'm almost ready for a new warning to go out for that portion of the storm.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's a matter of time that part gets warned, Brandon.
Yeah, because we're starting to see almost identical to what happened last time. This rotation sort of washing out a little bit. And then the next one just to the south of that, where there's more inflow, more energy developing. So I would not be surprised if, not to foreshadow it without confirmation, but wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning that includes Knoxville, Flagler, and maybe areas north of Harvey. So this area that we're watching would have an arrival in the center of Knoxville by 3:25. And Flagler, that's okay. In Flagler, a little bit past that. By
3:25.
3:45, yeah.
The latest scan is not quite as tight of rotation. It is at the tail end, called a tail end Charlie, so it does have kind of free access to the inflow. But at the same time, this looks like an outflow boundary coming off of it right at the end. See it right there? Mm-hmm. East of Melcher, Dallas. I'll circle it here. It kind of has a classic outflow boundary look to it at the tail end. So I'm not convinced now that they're going to warn this. I think they might have waited for another scan or two, and now that if I was an NWS meteorologist,
if that RFD goes too far, then right?
It surges out ahead and it can't produce a tornado. Yeah, we'll see.
Any circulation west of Pella is now completely rain wrapped.
Yeah.
And that also sometimes can have an effect on what our velocity product shows too. because when the radar beam is sent out to basically pick up on everything that's going on, it's also hitting all of the rain that's falling. But still, if you're in Pella, don't let your guard down. We know that Central College commencement is still on hold until further notice. We haven't had an update beyond that. Also, if you're just joining us online, on social media, and on weareiowa.com, and also on air, former President Donald Trump has posted to his Truth Social account that tonight's rally, we have that here for you, tonight's rally in Des Moines has been canceled. Donald Trump saying, unfortunately, due to the tornado warnings in Des Moines, which is of course in the area, we are forced to cancel today's outdoor rally at the Lauridsen Amphitheater there at Waterworks Park. Stay tuned, we will reschedule soon, be safe out there. So again, we just received that information, also confirmed by the Republican Party of Iowa. And of course, our team was out there planning to cover the rally, and that will potentially be rescheduled in the future.
Yeah, they just said they're keeping an eye on that rotation southwest of Knoxville. There is no warning imminent. I'll just sum it up like that.
Yeah, they're watching it like we are. I mean, we all see the same thing.
And they make a good point that essentially the recent history of the storms, meaning that we've seen these little couplets or these little circulations, but they haven't produced anything.
Yeah.
Kind of leads them to believe that maybe this one would do the same thing. Doesn't mean that we're not going to watch it.
Yeah.
But do we necessarily need a warning if we don't have very much confidence that it actually could produce a tornado?
That's just the one warning we're worried about right now. There is.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not much else going on.
You pointed out all those little showers. There's so many features ongoing out to the west, but not a lot's happening with them. We were watching that little shower north of Jefferson, and it all but entirely fell apart to some sprinkles near Churdan. And this is where the outflow boundary is, kind of spread across southern Warren County through Madison County. Dave highlighting it there all the way up through, let's see, just outside of Dallas County, so through Guthrie County, northern Adair County, and up into Carroll County. And in a typical scenario, we would expect to see more storm development on the on that outflow boundary, and there still could be something, but the fact that it's already after 3 and we've watched this boundary for over an hour and nothing has formed.
It feels like deja vu all over again.
It does.
Right, Dave?
Which
It's
is
just
what happened
like
last weekend.
It's Sunday all over again. It's
Yeah.
a force field being put up. Brad, I mean, look at the latest high-res rapid refresh.
Yeah.
It still isn't.
It doesn't.
It intends to fire something on the Dallas-Polk County line here, not for another couple hours, probably around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know.
I suppose it could happen. I mean, the latest observation from the airport on the hour was a temp of 76,
76
dew point of
over
70.
It's juicy. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But you have overcast at 25,000. So you've got that layer of cirrus clouds
Yeah.
all the way up there. Those wispy ice crystals is what they are, 25,000 feet above the surface. Back to the tornado warning. You got good inbounds, those hot greens, if you will, right there. There are no outbounds intersecting that, no reds. That is just a plain old gray color there. The rotation also southwest of Knoxville has gone kaput, pretty much. So probably good on the Weather Service not warning that. Not to say that can't change. These things are changing rapidly, although they're only moving at 10 miles per hour. I think all of us can run faster than these storms are moving right now. As always, safety tips right here for you. Lowest floor of your interior home or business. I know a lot of people are maybe not home today on what is a pretty nice Saturday. And I'll tell you what, next weekend's going to be incredible, even nicer than this weekend, obviously. 70s, low humidity, lots of sunshine. But back to today, if you're heading outside, obviously get home as soon as possible if you can. Not necessarily have to right now in Des Moines. I mean, there's nothing happening right now in Des Moines. You're outside thinking, oh, it's sunny. Sky Tracker 5, it's not bad, Brandon.
So here's this is I believe this was a little bit ago. Massive rotating wall cloud hanging over Knoxville. Well, actually, this could be that other cell just to the south. Another one about 5 miles west. That is from Adam Orgler, who we know well and is a reliable storm chaser for us. What I was going to point out is the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook still keeps a level 2, but for the first time has shifted it west to include Metro Des Moines and areas to the west, which is something that we were expecting to see earlier today.
So I've been analyzing the satellite, the visible satellite. Here's that outlook he was talking about. So now it's back into our area. Doesn't really matter. We've already had our tornadoes in that area. So
satellite's coming up, Brad.
What's that?
I'm pulling the satellite up if you want.
Okay, yeah. So, and I don't know if we can't zoom in on this one. You don't have that
We
set up.
can. Just give me a second.
Yeah. So the cumulus, yeah, it's great. So
I can't put it in loop, though.
Oh, you can't put it in loop? Okay.
Nope.
But here's, yeah, we'll just go ahead and loop it like that then. That's good. Oh, great. So that, it's got to stop.
I'm going to have to keep hitting play manually.
Oh, okay. The outflow boundary clears this whole area out. So we are expecting maybe development around the metro, some of the models say, but these are the, you have to have a cloud to have thunderstorms, right? You have to have cumulonimbus, and these are the clouds, these are the seeds here, and they are squashed right now. They've been just emulsified or whatever. They've just been squashed, so we don't have much going on. The best, I guess, agitated cumulus are out here by Carroll and extending on down to, it looks like Guthrie County.
You can really see the impact that OFB, the outflow boundary, has had. I mean, Dallas County is completely sunny.
Yeah, so you can't have storms without clouds, and we don't have any clouds, at least the right kind of clouds. So that's interesting. So I don't know. I don't think the models are right yet. We'll see. We'll watch those clouds and see if they start to bubble up, but they're not bubbling up. Back to our storm system. I'm watching the structure there. It's definitely undergoing some changes right now. We've got various pockets of rotation, but nothing too alarming right now. It's around the Knoxville area.
Yeah, we do have 4 minutes until the tornado warning is set to expire. It's 3:11 right now. There has not been any further update from the National Weather Service on what they intend to do with the warning. The one I'm talking about is, of course, the polygon here that you see for Pella. So my inclination would be, based on what we're seeing there, that this may be allowed to expire at 3:15.
3 very weak areas of rotation.
Yeah.
Very weak.
I don't want to speak for them, especially because earlier we did see an extension. And I suppose it's certainly possible, and that would include parts of Mahaska County, probably just Mahaska County. However, they have said that because these so far have not really been able to produce a tornado, I think the only confirmed tornado we have in Marion County was the one in Pleasantville earlier.
Yep.
And
that one report.
so it's possible. Oh, as I speak, at 3:12, the tornado warning has been expired for Marion County.
Well, and the models say that cell's going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know, not that the model is right, but the model doesn't like this environment. So it hopefully will continue to weaken. We have some rotation here, but they're going to expire the tornado warning, which means we're back to no tornado warnings. Do we dare go off the air?
I think we probably should.
We probably should. We're going to try it again.
We also know that there is the possibility that a new warning could be issued.
Yes.
Which means you may see us again shortly.
So here we go.
Not,
yeah.
We'll
so thank you again. We were watching you folks here in Knoxville. You're going to get some heavy rain for sure over the next hour or two. Hopefully this goes away so we can get things cleared up for everybody there. There's the tornado watch. That warning that you see here has expired. They've ended it right now. So we don't have any severe weather being reported. Just that tornado watch through much of our viewing area. We'll continue to monitor it. We'll hopefully not interrupt programming again. We don't want to do that. We just want you to enjoy your shows. So we will send it back to ABC and CW, and thank you for watching.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Back on the air again. Another tornado warning in effect for Knoxville. That includes the city of Knoxville, eastern portions of Marion County. Let's get right over to the radar. Meteorologist Brandon Lawrence there at the weather wall. Brandon.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we kind of feared would happen, is that there would be a new tornado warning issued for the cell that we were watching that had popped up near Knoxville. And so we've got a confirmed tornado that touched down near Knoxville, and this is the area of rotation. Still looks pretty broad there in the lower levels, but it would be right here where these reds and greens are coming together. And this new warning goes until 4:15, and notice it includes Pella again. And this is what we call an observed tornado, meaning there were storm spotters out there who visually saw it touch the ground, and all it takes is that quick. And this new warning is set to go until 4:15.
Yep, so 45 minutes is what this warning goes until. There could be some hail with this as well. Wouldn't surprise me. Got some good inbounds, got some good outbounds intersecting there. We're talking about the hot greens, the hot reds. East of Knoxville, I know the warning includes Knoxville. Brandon, I think the best threat for a tornado, though, is just to the east of the city. You can kind of see it right on this little inflow notch here.
Yeah. So anybody who's near Harvey should be in shelter, and Pella, you probably got out of shelter because the tornado warning had expired, but you need to go ahead and get to that safe place again. So this is the new warning polygon, and this is the area of inflow. We still could see a little bit here on the south end of Knoxville too, but this is really the one that I believe prompted that warning.
Quarter-size hail reported in Knoxville.
Okay, so we did have some small hail there. We know we've had plenty of rainfall through this, and we had several storm spotters and storm chasers there on this storm and reported a tornado touchdown. So anybody who's near Flagler, please be in shelter. Anybody who is just to the northwest of Harvey, and anybody in Pella as well. This will arrive in Pella by 4 o'clock, and the problem here is going to be very similar to everything else we've had throughout the day, is that these touch down so quickly and then they lift back up. But because it could produce a tornado again, that's why the warning is in effect for such a long time.
And just getting word, well, this is 10 minutes ago, Central College was restarting their commencement. We've received word we can return to commencement exercises in the gym. They're resuming the ceremony, and now Pella is under the gun yet again from another tornado warning. I'm going to their Twitter page right now.
This is the live feed of commencement there right now.
Okay, that's the live feed.
It is underway.
Okay, and that is a tight couplet that we have northeast of Flagler. I'm using the shear product, and we've got some pretty decent shear as they're continuing commencement exercises at Central College. This is an unfortunate day for this to be happening in Marion County.
Looks like the cell has picked up some lightning too.
Okay.
If you want to put that track on there.
My gosh, yeah, that is a huge uptick in lightning. Oh my
God. We
gosh.
saw earlier that this had, what, 2 strikes, 1 strike, and now we've got
This is 15 minutes ago, or it's about 20 now.
That also shows that this cell is intensifying.
Big time.
Yeah, when we see all these lightning strikes that pop up, the cell is intensifying. So we really are pretty concerned about it at this point. So if you're just now joining us, I know there's a lot of folks that are not happy with us about the UFC fights, and we apologize for that. But
we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We are going to save lives, save property.
Yeah. No, you're right.
And you know,
that's what we do.
That UFC fights will be available on YouTube, other platforms at any time after the game. This is happening right now in Marion County, heading towards Pella. There are commencement exercises still happening there.
So here we are again, Marion County, another tornado warning, and it is only for Marion County. This goes until 4:15. Commencement exercises underway at Central College in Pella, and we have a pretty obvious area of rotation here right over Flagler, north of 92, and moving towards 163 and Pella. And this is an observed tornado warning, meaning that at one point a tornado did touch down. We don't know if it is still on the ground. Based on what we've seen today, my gut says it's probably not, but it also could touch down again.
Still got some good co-location of those hot greens and hot reds on top of Flagler or just to the northeast of Flagler. So we're going to monitor that
So anybody who's in this warning needs to be in a safe place now. That's going to be the lowest floor of your home, of your building. You want to put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from, of course, the windows. And I recommend an interior room, a closet, a bathroom if you have that. And yeah, based on what I'm seeing, I'm looking over here at radar as well. I'm a little concerned because this is picking up in intensity.
Moving right.
Especially right here.
This
we also
box
had hail reported with it.
This is moving east. I'm not exactly a fan of where this tornado warning is drawn.
Is this a new severe thunderstorm warning, or is that the old one?
No, that's the old one.
Yeah, it almost is going more like this.
Yeah,
as opposed to like this.
Yeah, this warning I think is going to be extended. If you are in Mahaska County, Oskaloosa, Layton, the western quarter of the county, I would get to your safe spot, especially in Layton. Here are those tornado safety tips. Thanks for punching those up.
The emergency manager, Dave, in Marion County says Knoxville Fire Department is recording cars stranded on Lincoln Street, which is Highway 14 between the Hy-Vee and Knoxville Raceway due to street flooding.
That's just north of downtown. That's our main drag.
That was the other concern we had today was flooding.
Yeah.
Isolated pockets of flash flooding. So let's zoom in really close on this warning. If you are in Harvey, I recommend being in a safe place. The severe thunderstorm warning continuing until 4. So Harvey needs to be in shelter because even though you're not included in the tornado warning, we're seeing a bit more of an east track to this as opposed to a due northeast track to it.
See those greens really push towards the edge of that purple polygon.
So anybody along 92 in between Flagler and Harvey and over towards Layton, go ahead and get in a safe place now. Pella should be in shelter at this point as well, just to be on the safe side. And this is maybe the healthiest this has looked in the last hour and a half. The storm picking up in intensity. We showed you all the lightning with that, and that is a massive change from earlier.
That is incredible.
How quickly this storm intensified.
Let me look at something. I'm going to go
ahead.
Back here. I'm going to do a little analysis on my computer here real quick, Brandon.
So if you are just joining us right now, time is 3:36, and I recognize that we have gone off the air, come back on, gone off the air, come back on. It's the nature of these storms, and it's the nature of how today will play out, and we will always go on air with tornado warnings when life is potentially at risk or when property is at risk as well. We have a new tornado warning. We've had multiple tornado warnings out for Marion County today. And what Dave is doing here is actually tilting our radar so that we take a vertical look at the storm. We see all of the different levels and see how tall that storm is coming in, maybe at the highest point at close to 30,000 feet.
What I'm trying to show here is the reason why of the uptick in the hail and the lightning. The storm has grown in size about 10,000 feet into the atmosphere, into cooler regions of the atmosphere, ice particles colliding. That creates lightning, the deionization of oxygen, H2O molecules I'm getting really nerdy on you, Brandon, I know.
You are, yeah.
But the reason why we're seeing a lot of lightning, a lot of hail now is because the storm has grown in vertical height. This tornado warning needs to be extended to the east. And we're going to
moving at 10 miles per hour.
Yeah.
They confirmed it. Confirmed tornado located near Harvey, 5 miles southwest of Pella.
Near Harvey, so 5 miles southwest of Pella.
Which is essentially, where we see.
Yeah, right there. Right at the co-location of the
very bright, rotation here. So we are really watching the storm closely because it did pick up in intensity quite a bit. This is the area of rotation right now, inbound and outbound winds. The green and the red have gotten a lot brighter, which leads us to believe that the rotation is stronger. The winds are stronger here. Harvey should be in shelter. Pella should be in shelter, and anybody who lives in a rural area between the two. If you're along 92, you should be in shelter. This is past Knoxville now, and so we're not worried about a tornado threat in Knoxville at the moment. However, we know that there's been so much rainwater that there has been a bit of street flooding in Knoxville in between the Raceway and Hy-Vee.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up the 3-hour rainfall rates here. You've got a kind of a bullseye on Highway 163 between Otley and Pella. Over 3 inches of rain. In Knoxville, over 2 inches of rain. And the rain is still coming down. Flash flooding is a threat along with the tornado threat. A pretty classic look to this. Bean-shaped hook echo, pink polygon. That means a tornado has been confirmed with this just between Flagler and Harvey, kind of just to the northeast, really, of Flagler. Moving slowly, snail's pace, 10 miles per hour to the east. Rotation not quite as visible as it were.
Dave, update for tonight. Knoxville Raceway has canceled.
Okay. Knoxville Raceway has canceled races for tonight, and I'm sure on a dirt track with 3 inches of rain, that is not exactly feasible to run those races. This tornado warning goes, as I query the warning right here, goes until 4:15. It is observed warning. Seeing a picture on Twitter, this was about 10 minutes ago that it prompted the warning, kind of a rope-looking tornado, not that wide. That's what we're going to see a lot of today and what we have seen a lot of already in the past 2.5 hours of pretty much continuous coverage here. If you have pictures, you can send them to us. You can just text those pictures to the number on your screen, 515-457-1026. You can also get the latest forecast by texting weather, just the word weather to the number on your screen. Here is a picture from, that's Knoxville Raceway, of their canceling announcement. They'll be back next week for what will be a much quieter weekend. Next weekend looks...
They need that because they have had, 6 weekends? 5 or 6 weekends where they've had to cancel races on Saturday nights.
To say next weekend will be much quieter, I would say, would be a understatement. Tornado warning goes until 4:15 for Marion County. It was an observed tornado about 10 minutes ago there, just east of Knoxville. Strongest rotation just to the east-northeast of Flagler, where you see those greens and reds collide.
We've got a new tornado warning.
Okay.
And that is to the east, just as you predicted.
Yep.
Goes until 4:30 for Mahaska and Marion County. So the storm moving east, still at 10 miles per hour. You see the new polygon has popped up, and that's because we're seeing more of an east track with this storm. And so now, if you are in Harvey, as we've been calling out for the last 15 minutes, you should be in that safe place. Anybody north of Tracy and also Layton, I want you in shelter now. This is going to include the far western part of Mahaska County. I think the first tornado warning so far today that's been somewhere other than also just Marion County. Yeah,
it includes the western, really small part of Mahaska County. Layton technically not included. If you're in Layton, you might be hearing the sirens going off. If you are in Oskaloosa, obviously the main city in Mahaska County, there is no imminent threat. This storm is really about 15, 20 miles to your west. It's moving at 10 to 15 miles per hour. It would take over an hour to get there. Obviously, tornado safety tips. Lowest level of your home, business, what have you, or smallest room if you do not have a basement in the center of the house, a closet away from the windows is probably the number one thing I would recommend. That's the number one injury I hear from emergency managers is glass shrapnel being thrown everywhere. So that's the number one thing. Get away from windows, Brandon.
Yeah, so we are streaming live, of course, on weareiowa.com, on our We Are Iowa app, on Facebook, and we're here live on WOI and KCWI. We have a tornado warning. There's all the ways you can watch us for our severe weather coverage. A tornado warning that goes until 4:30. Technically, another one that goes until 4:15. For all ease and for simplicity, we may as well say that this is one singular warning and that this is for one tornado potential. This was an observed tornado over Knoxville and just to the west of Harvey. And at this point, we still have some very intense rotation. We don't know if there is still a tornado on the ground. I've been trying to monitor storm reports and I don't see anything at this point. But this right here is where we would have a tornado sort of in between Harvey and Flagler, where Dave has outlined it here with the arrows. So I can't stress enough that even though this may not currently be producing a tornado, we really have seen this pulse up, pulse down so quickly, and they have dropped a couple of tornadoes very fast, and then they've lifted. So here is another one This is what we call an HP supercell. That means high precipitation supercell between Pella and Knoxville. This was at 3:40, so just moments ago. The only supercell for hundreds of miles, and chasers are out along with us. This particular chaser, Mike, has not seen any tornadoes personally from the storm, but of course we've had several reports that people have. So this warning is set to go, well, actually for another 45 minutes.
Yeah, this new warning goes until 4:30. So the bottom of the next hour, it's 3:43 right now. That warning still goes for, like you said, 46 more minutes. No new reports of tornadoes on the ground. These were the earlier reports. That's that quarter-sized hail report just to the north of Knoxville. And these tornado reports just north of Flagler. Weak tornado between Harvey and Flagler. This is a live picture of the Central College commencement. I'm not sure if...
Looks like they are
they dispersing?
They've been told to take cover.
Okay.
And they look like they're in a gymnasium of some sort there on the campus. Yeah. So kind of a headache, obviously, for commencement. Maybe we just say everybody graduated and move on. Which I know is not fun because everybody wants their minute as they deserve it.
Yep.
But there's plenty of lightning with this cell too. And that was the other concerning feature. Not that lightning necessarily is something we would interrupt for, but that shows that the storm has really grown. Dave earlier did a vertical scan of the storm with our radar, so we basically tilt it and look upwards and saw that about 10,000 feet had been added to the top of the storm. The cloud itself had grown, and so therefore it produced some hail. The lightning picked up a lot, and generally speaking, that means we have a stronger storm. And you see still tons of lightning. This is pretty remarkable. I mean, yeah, even outside of the storm cell now we're getting lightning strikes. And I say it's remarkable because, an hour ago, there was maybe one lightning strike with it, and this really picked up quite a bit.
Talk about a change.
Yeah, it would be interesting to go back and do an analysis of what was it that sort of made it tick up that quickly.
Mm-hmm. Those outbounds are getting a little bit stronger there just east of Flagler.
So if nothing else, even if there's not a tornado, you'll probably have some very strong wind.
Yeah, it's trying to wrap itself up. You got that classic kind of bean look to it here.
Yeah.
As it tracks slowly off to the east. These things are just meandering. 10 to 15 max miles per hour due east is the movement.
Yeah, so they obviously issued that tornado warning to account for that east track of it. And you see there how it's essentially right due east, following Highway 92, although the rotation or the tornado potential there is just north of the highway. It is following 92's path.
Yep.
And will go through or just north of Harvey and eventually towards Layton. Hopefully it's able to weaken some as it does so, but also that area of Mahaska County is completely untapped, meaning so far we have not had anything there today.
Yeah, environment's favorable for the development of strong storms, including potential tornadoes. UFC is on right now. We are on the air to bring you live life-saving information for portions of eastern Marion County, far, far western Mahaska County. This tornado warning goes until 4:30, so another 42, 43 minutes there on the county line. This is not a big warning at all. You remember the warnings that we had back late March, April, moving at highway speeds, 50 plus miles per hour. The opposite here.
So Dave Hunter, who is a storm chaser that we both know, and you've actually chased with Hunter before, says in his observation out there, they've been getting a lot of really quick spin-ups, brief touchdowns. They essentially do a quick whirl or two and then lift as occlusion cuts them off.
And I think we're seeing that now with this latest velocity scan. You see how the reds kind of outnumber, if you will, the greens. We call the rear flank downdraft of the storm, the back side of the storm. It's kind of taking over, and that's what we call occlusion, wrapping itself back up, getting sucked back up into the updraft of the storm.
Yeah,
still,
it cuts off some of the flow into it.
yeah, tornado warning still up until 4:30 for Harvey. If you're watching us, please get to that interior room. Basement is the best spot to be. Mobile homes not safe in tornadic winds over 80 miles per hour. That's a big kind of thing there.
I continue to be impressed by the lightning. I look at, I'm using Radar Scope, which is a product on my laptop over here, and it looks like a bolt popped up over Pleasantville, which is way behind the storm.
Yeah.
And so it just kind of goes to show, there you go, it pops up on our radar too. There's lightning way around this storm, and that is a strike almost in another county away from that cell.
That is, what, 20 miles, 15, 20 miles from the center of the storm? Man, that's not safe. Hopefully there wasn't
anybody outside.
Yeah.
So this is going to be moving into northwest Mahaska County here very soon. Still in Marion County. Marion County has taken the brunt of it today. We also know that we had reports of cars stranded along Highway 14 there in Knoxville between Hy-Vee and the Raceway. Hopefully the water recedes pretty fast and that they are able to move their cars pretty quickly. Looks like the heaviest rain is now wrapping up in Knoxville. So
Good.
we'll get a break from that. But this is just a behemoth of a storm cell that is out here all alone with nothing to really interfere with it or stop it. We've also been watching stuff out to the west, little showers that have been sort of trying to develop. They pulse up and then they fall apart. That's the other area. We're talking way west, like Greene County, Guthrie County. There's an outflow boundary out there, and we've been watching little tiny showers here that almost look like ground clutter, and they just can't do anything. I've watched them. They tick up for 60, 90 seconds, and then they go away.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the main cell to watch right now. Impressive velocities there on the backside. We'll see if it's able to kind of wrap itself back up and produce yet another tornado.
Still concerned that there could be some hail in this too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Especially just sort of smack dab in the middle between Pella and Harvey.
Yeah, Harvey needs to be, everyone in Harvey needs to be in your safe spot right now. Hail damage possible. We already had 1-inch diameter hail reported in Knoxville, mile north of downtown Knoxville, at a radio station down there. What station was it? KNIA, KRLS Studios at 3:26, so 25 minutes ago. Trying to form back up here, Brandon.
Yeah, so I just got an update. The severe thunderstorm warning, which was issued prior to the tornado warning, continuing until 4 o'clock. Wind gusts could get as high as 60 miles per hour with this as well. And yeah, what Dave is showing there is that rotation tightening up a little bit. And gosh, these things are moving so slow. And that's what makes them almost a little bit more painful to track, is because we know where the path is. We're on for a long time because they're not moving very quick. And it's going to go right past Harvey and eventually towards Layton in Mahaska County.
This is a half-hour radar loop, and the shear has moved 4 miles. So it may not even be moving at 10 miles per hour. That's just how slowly these storms are moving.
Wonder what the record for speed is, slowest speed.
Yeah, something not far from where it is right now. This storm is definitely intensifying here.
Yeah.
Obviously, the million-dollar question to a degree is it planning a tornado on the ground? Haven't really had any updates from the Weather Service in the past, 10 minutes or so, whether or not the tornado's on the ground or not. But we are on the air to provide that information to save life and property in Marion and far western Mahaska County. Pink box, that means a tornado was observed with this as recently as I think 10 minutes ago, Brandon.
Yep.
Just to the, I think, a couple miles east of Flagler.
So the update from the Weather Service is really what we've already told you, is that these are spinning up super quick. They maybe rotate around themselves 2-3 times and then they go back up. And that's just because of the occlusion that's happening here. And also that, the setup today, we talked about this earlier, is not really favorable for things to stay on the ground long. And although that means good things for, the warnings themselves for potential damage and for the risk, it also makes it harder because we issue warnings, or the National Weather Service issues warnings, and we cover warnings, and they go for a long time, but the tornadoes don't necessarily stay on the ground for a long time. This is a panoramic view there near Harvey from Winston Wells.
That kind of looks like a shelf cloud to a degree.
It does.
More than anything. Look at all those chasers out on the road.
I was going to say, they're all parked on the shoulder there.
Not sure how safe that is.
At 92?
I would think it has to be.
Probably.
Yeah.
Also, from the radio station there in Knoxville, they said they are getting several photos of street flooding in Knoxville. Don't know necessarily how severe the street flooding is.
I'm sure we'll get some pictures coming in.
Yeah. But suffice it to say, if you're in Knoxville, please don't drive through a flooded roadway.
If you don't know how deep it is, don't even think about driving through it.
Because it's very easy to get your car stuck. And
Tornado across the road behind us, not fully condensed at the moment. Spotter 1 mile west of Harvey. So I'm going to guess the tornado is between Durham and Harvey. This is not real time. If they cross the road, I bet the tornado right in this area, just to the north of 92, quickly moving off to the east. So spotters reporting tornado still on the ground. It's not fully condensed. Brandon, you kind of want to go into what exactly that means? Basically, the tornado is there. Doesn't have that typical gray, it's a gray cloud sticking out from the sky.
you can still have the tornado touching the ground, but it may not be as visually noticeable. I actually think that's similar to what happened earlier when we were showing that video up near Storm Lake. You get almost what is like a land spout or like a dust devil. And it whirls around, maybe kicks up a little bit of dirt or dust or ground clutter, some sort of debris on the ground, circles around very quickly, and then essentially falls apart. And that's probably what's happening right now, just along 92. Nobody should be traveling along 92. I say that knowing there are storm chasers out there. These are people who are trained in meteorology and who know what to look for and know when to get away from that storm as well. Yeah, here's...
That is crazy.
It's a line of chasers because there's nobody else, there's nowhere else in Iowa for them to go right now. This is the one to watch.
Look at all those vans with cameras on the roof.
Yeah, it's a traffic jam there, so please be careful.
Traffic jam on Highway 92. Not sure I'd see the day.
I was going to say, I don't know that I've ever... In our morning traffic reports, we don't often talk about 92 near Harvey. But
I'm trying to see if I can pull up a camera down there on 92.
Yeah, so...
Rapidly moving tube tornado in progress, 355, heavily rain-wrapped, about a mile, very close to Harvey.
That's 60 seconds ago, which means this tornado warning is absolutely still valid, still warranted, because we do have reports of a rain-wrapped tornado.
Ooh,
and you see there, yeah, look at that.
Ooh, yeah.
Two very, that's the new scan that came in. Bright colors here. That's almost a light bluish ice blue color, very vibrant pink. So we've got these inbound and outbound winds right there on top of Harvey, because remember our radar is tiny bit behind. So right on top of Harvey is where we likely have a tornado in progress.
Yeah, Hunter said rapidly moving tube. I'm not sure. I wouldn't say 10 miles per hour east is rapidly moving.
This could be it right here.
Possible tornado number 2 of the day, swirling rain.
It would make sense because we know it's rain wrapped, which means you can't see it.
Well, they've backed off the tour confirmed and now just going red box.
Radar indicated.
Yeah, radar indicated.
Either way.
Until 4:30.
It's a little too close for comfort in terms of whether or not it's confirmed. So if you're in Harvey, I would hope by now you've already been in shelter because we've been talking about you for a long time. But then if you're in Layton, out to the east, please go ahead and get to your safe place now. So that's Mahaska County. This thing continues to exhibit the signs of that kidney bean shape, although you are seeing that RFD come around a little bit more. And like you said, kind of close to occlusion there, which may affect this storm somehow. We saw a little bit more of the wider area for inflow previously when it was close to Flagler. Yeah, here's more of that rotation near Harvey from Ryan Scholl.
Brandon, can you quantify crazy for me? It says rotating like crazy. Can you quantify crazy?
I don't know if I have a value for that one.
Okay, just double checking.
But it definitely is rotating.
Yeah.
You can actually see the spin there a little bit. Based on what this chaser is seeing, there's not a tornado in progress from that view. That I can tell anyway. Of course, we would know that it would be rain wrapped. So right here in Harvey, lots of rain. There's also likely some hail here north of Harvey. And this is eventually, I say eventually because it's moving so slow, but it's going to come out of Marion County and cross the county line into Mahaska County and go into the Layton area. And that may take another, what, half hour at least?
Yeah, I bet it doesn't get to the county line until at least 4:15, maybe even 4:20.
That's why this warning is set to go until 4:30. And given the position of it, it is just along 92, which is why we are seeing all of that chaser convergence right on 92, because they're all able to look north into the storm.
Yeah. It's got a TVS on it now, Brandon, according
Does
to
it? That's the
GR.
first one we've seen today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. TVS tornadic vortex signature. Basically, when you get these two, I'm going to go back one scan here 1 minute ago, you get these cold blues, or the cold greens, I should say, a borderline blue there, and the hot reds, hot pinks coming in. Let's see what our gate-to-gate shear is. That's not the product I want. I'm going to turn off warnings here for a second. Query the gate-to-gate shear, 92 miles per hour. Wow.
Oh, wow. Zach, who is our producer, if you hear me, can you pull up in a minute the Knoxville Raceway just most recent tweet? If you get a minute, that is...
What are they, like underwater?
Yeah, basically
Oh my gosh.
infield. They said it's going to take a little while to drain. So while we're doing that, as Dave, you were pointing out, strong gate-to-gate shear. Pretty tight couplet there.
Back
Very,
to the new scan.
Bright colors, yeah.
Still,
Gosh, every time we get a new scan, it just hasn't moved at all.
No, that's a 2 minute, that's a 90-second movement of,
Yeah.
what, 100 feet, 200 feet? I mean, that's just how slowly this thing is moving.
Just right on top of Harvey.
Yep. We said it
everybody
once,
is-
we don't need to say it again. Harvey, safe spot right
Yeah.
now.
So there you go. There's the Knoxville Raceway.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Calling our friend Lou Seipold and ask him how long that's going to take to drain.
You know what? The other day he asked me about Knoxville tonight too.
I think he actually just texted me about Boone. Boone's dry for now.
Yeah. I said I didn't like the looks of Knoxville as far as the ability to get the race underway. I love Knoxville. It's a wonderful town. So this is the one lone supercell storm that we're tracking. There is kind of a cluster of storms there way to the northwest, but nothing too concerning on that. We've watched it for several hours and it hasn't really done much.
Yeah.
And as time wears on, I'm not super confident that we'll see much along that outflow boundary.
Yeah, once we get after 5 o'clock, I would say then we're definitely.
That's pretty much, yeah, guarantee. So with this moving towards Layton, I want to give you a heads up. If you're in Oskaloosa, I want you to go ahead and pay attention. This is not anywhere near you yet. However, it is moving in your direction slowly but surely. And
an hour.
let's see, yeah, so an arrival time in Oskaloosa at about 5 o'clock or a little bit after, if it holds together the same way.
I think by that point it'll I'm extrapolating. Huh?
Occlude maybe?
Well, either that or it'll go north of Oskaloosa. I think it's going just enough north of due east. It's probably going to rise a little bit above Highway 92, if you will. I mean, Highway 92, kind of a straight shot from Knoxville to Oski, so we'll see if it actually keeps going east. Not as many hot reds and blues, no blues actually now. The blues are on the higher end of the velocity legend you see at the top of your screen. So if there was a tornado, it sounded like just as soon as, or as recently as about 5 minutes ago. You see those colors, those Christmas colors intersecting. Not quite as good of a presentation on velocity now.
I will say, and I hesitate to say this as it moves over Harvey because I don't want to preemptively speak.
Yeah.
So far, we've had no reports of damage today.
Yep.
Other than the flooding, which hopefully doesn't damage any cars, but maybe I guess it could. But as far as structural damage from tornadoes, we haven't heard of anything yet. So I would love to keep it that way. Hopefully, because these are so brief, maybe it stays that way. But this warning is still set to go until 4:30. This warning will be dropped.
Yeah,
I feel very confident in saying that.
That warning expires at 4:15, but it technically hasn't been canceled yet. And
well, it has
just
now.
as we say that.
It has now, and that's because Pella is no longer getting that. So it'll be interesting to see if commencement gets underway for a third time at Central College.
Did they go ahead and pause for it?
Yeah, they were dispersing earlier.
Got it.
So based on radar trends, looks like Pella will be okay to get that going, and hopefully it can stay going for a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at this. A line of chasers.
Chicago and Midwest storm chasers. This guy is
Well
a
known.
Story for another day. Yeah.
Well-known chaser.
That's a story for another day. We've got a cell trying to get going in southern near Jamaica.
Okay.
I mean, it's a shower for
Sure.
now.
Well, this one started as a shower also.
They all have to start somewhere. You're not wrong there.
So to reset for you, it is 4:05 on Saturday afternoon. We've been on the air since, generally continuously, since a little after 1 o'clock. And we have a tornado watch until 7 p.m. for all the counties highlighted in yellow. Obviously, not every county is going to have a tornado warning. In fact, based on how it's going, maybe only 1 or 2 of them will for the entire day. Marion County right here has been the focus point all afternoon. And now Mahaska County will be the next focus point for this storm. Generally moving maybe slightly east-northeast, but just about due east. And it's moving so slow, it's taken a really long time for it to go across Marion County. A little more than 3 hours to go across the entire county. So
That's crazy.
Just insane rainfall rates there. That's why we had the flooding at Knoxville Raceway. This warning set to go until 4:30, so it will be going for at least 25 more minutes. And the area of rotation that we are watching is right on top of Harvey and probably just east of Harvey now, along 92, north of Tracy.
Yeah, not as confined or,
Yeah, not as well defined as it was a minute ago. But we've said that before today.
We have. I'm looking at the latest run of the high resolution model here. It's doing a better job picking up on this cell in Marion, moving into Mahaska County.
Only took it about 4 or 5 runs.
Well, correct. Doesn't have that storm moving near the metro, just northwest of the metro. So
here's another view of Harvey from Winston Wells. And yeah, I mean, if there's a tornado in there, it's definitely rain wrapped.
Yeah, it has to be.
And that makes it really challenging because a lot of times here in Iowa, we can get those really obvious tornado photos. And today is not necessarily a day where we're able to get that because of the high precipitation nature of the supercells. We call them HP supercells.
This is a bit of a delayed product. This is probably about 5 minutes ago when the shear was maximized just nearer to the north of Harvey.
You know, Dave, I kind of spoke a little too soon on saying the rain was over in Knoxville.
Oh, wow.
Behind it, here comes another
cell moving into Knoxville right now.
Yeah, so that's not going to help the situation on 14 or at the Raceway.
Yeah, not at all. Well, I'm going to throw up 3-hour rainfall rates here. Bullseye has been closer to Pella, So good thing they're having ceremonies at Central College inside today.
Yeah.
Near Knoxville, close to 2 inches at that bullseye, over 3 inches. In Pella, also near or just over 2 inches in northeastern Marion County. Tornado warning goes until 4:30.
It's been a really challenging day, Dave, because this system almost, and you have a lot of experience with this, kind of resembles a tropical system more than maybe our typical severe weather setup. So hurricanes, tropical storms can produce tornadoes. They almost always do when they come on land.
Yep.
And this has a very similar features. It's not the same thing, but it's kind of an upper level low that is weakening today, and it's actually as weak as it's been all week. It's been a storm system that we've been tracking, and that's why we've had the daily rain chances. But as it's moved farther and farther east, the center of the low, the rain chances went up throughout the week. And
the low's at its weakest point today.
Yeah, but there's just enough shear, just enough what we call CAPE, which is convective available potential energy, atmospheric energy, basically enough to produce the storms. Yeah. Here's another view of the supercell in Harvey. Every chaser in the state is in Harvey, Iowa right now.
Yeah, every chaser in the Midwest.
Right.
Considering
somebody needs to count the cars out there.
Yeah, the pattern this week is not favorable for severe weather much of anywhere across the Midwest or in the country. So
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, well, for sure. The chasers are trying to get their fix in before
and the only other supercells that I'm seeing anywhere in the country, there's a big one in Oklahoma right now, but
tornadic in Oklahoma?
I believe so. And
okay.
There's a tornado warning in Illinois as well. So we are going to stay with you through the duration of this warning, and it very well could be a situation, just preemptively saying this, where the warning maybe gets expired if the rotation is not appearing as strong.
Yeah.
And then maybe we get another warning issued, so we won't go too far. And that would be for Mahaska County if it were to continue. We're starting to see a little bit of that, Dave, what you were saying, almost kind of the occlusion.
There's not much here anymore. I don't think.
Yeah.
There's just not much there on the velocity.
No, and here's what's different, too, compared to earlier. Earlier, we had new cells ready to take over. We had these mergers happening. So every time the rotation would weaken, there was a new cell south of it ready to basically be the next area of rotation. They just canceled the tornado warning for Mahaska and Marion County.
Yep.
So with that being said,
we're going to go back to programming.
We will go back. I do want to let you know that there is still a hail threat here. Still going to be some very heavy rainfall. So if you're in Layton, if you're in Oskaloosa, prepare for some heavy rainfall, potentially some hail, and don't let your guard down. The tornado watch is still in effect until 7 p.m. And I hope we don't have to interrupt again, but I won't be surprised if we do. And of course, Dave and I will be here for that. Hi, everybody. We are coming to you live very quickly with a new update on a tornado warning that has been issued on the very far fringes of our viewing area. So we're not going to stay on very long with this because it's already almost exiting the area, but we do want to give you a heads up about a tornado warning that has been issued for far northern Sac County, far northwestern Calhoun County, and the southwest part of Pocahontas County. So this is completely separate from the storm that we were tracking in Marion and Mahaska County. This is radar indicated tornado, meaning we don't have one that we know of on the ground. However, there has been some rotation reported, and this would be just southwest of Fonda and south of Newell. And Dave's going to pull that up here. There's also an observed tornado warning in Buena Vista County. This is where we are looking. Now, keep in mind, Dave, one of the challenges we have here is that this one's pretty far from our radar site.
Yeah, it is. We're looking 5,000 feet into the storm in far northwestern Calhoun County, on the border of Calhoun, Sac, Pocahontas County, that kind of triple point along with Buena Vista County. Like you said, fringe area of the viewing area, but I know people do get us up there in northwestern Iowa, kind of right on the border of the Sioux City viewing area.
Sure, especially in Fonda and also in the northern part of Calhoun County. We know that you folks are up there, and we certainly want to make sure that we are giving you updates. So that being said, we're not going to stay on the air. Just a reminder that there is a tornado warning for that extreme northwest part, and it looks like that's already been extended to go into Buena Vista County. And you're putting a track on that storm, Dave.
Not a single main city in the track of it.
It's going to be passing towards Newell. It'll go in between Fonda and Newell. And again, that's going to be tracking to the north. And we're not getting any cities popping up because simply it's a pretty rural area. But by 5:15, it'll be in the Newell area. So that being said, we will continue to monitor it and of course keep you updated. If we need to, we will get back on. But again, this is on the very far northern edge of our area. And so therefore it's going to be exiting our area pretty quickly. Still going to be watching this storm down to the south. However, it's been flattening out a little bit, so we're not seeing the same signatures that we were earlier. And Dave, tornado watch still in effect until 7 o'clock.
Yep, we'll keep an eye on everything, and if conditions warrant another tornado warning issued, we will inform you of that. But for now, we'll get you back to UFC. Another tornado warning up in Pocahontas.
Yeah.
2 different tornado warnings in Pocahontas. Brandon, we had an emergency manager say that he saw a confirmed tornado 3 miles east of Pomeroy, right on the Pocahontas and Calhoun County line.
So to make that so that you understand, we've got 3 tornado warnings in effect right now. Most of these have popped up very quickly in the last half hour, and these 2 in Pocahontas County are labeled as confirmed tornadoes. Now, these are still just like the warnings we've had all day, where they pulse up, pulse down very quickly. So I don't expect that we've got any long track tornadoes or anything like that going, but this warning here goes until 7 o'clock. The one to the north of that also, I believe, until 7.
6:30 for that one.
6:30. Okay.
So it's going to expire in 2 minutes. Yep.
Yep. But this is the one that I'm really paying close attention to. We had a tornado reported by first responders and emergency managers there just to the east of Pomeroy, 3 miles there. That's going to be traveling north and will be headed towards Pocahontas. Of course, Palmer has had tornadoes in their past. We know about that. And this will stay just to the west of there, but it's going to travel right along this highway here. And this storm really is traveling due north. This one's moving a little bit quicker, Dave, than the ones that we had down in southern Iowa.
Yeah.
And we do need to go down to that Marion County one too, because that one was a fairly nasty looking storm here. Again, we've got that hook shape, kind of oriented a little bit more differently than we would typically see with this. But again, Pleasantville, I'm afraid to say you're under the gun with this. This was a confirmed tornado on the ground, and we don't know if it still is. The rotation there kind of looking a little more ragged, which has been the nature all day, right? They've been really spinning up quickly. We've had tight rotation, and then it starts to weaken. This is again going to cross Highway 5, Pleasantville. You need to be in a safe place now. This is moving in your direction north of Coloma, and there was a brief tornado reported there. Arrival time will be just before 7 p.m. in Pleasantville, which, by the way, is when the tornado watch is set to expire, 7 o'clock, and we don't know yet what they will do with the big giant watch that is out over the area.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. The Storm Prediction Center just put out a discussion kind of talking about they expect 1 or 2 tornadoes to be possible in these 2 areas over the next half hour to 45 minutes, which is pretty much what we're seeing right now. Confirmed tornado there just north of Coloma, tracking very slowly. National Weather Service saying confirmed tornado located 5 miles northwest of Melcher, Dallas, or 10 miles west of Knoxville, moving north at a measly 5 miles per hour. Now it looks like we're getting a additional separate area of rotation in that area. So a lot going on here, but we're here to keep you safe here at 6:30. We're rolling into continuous coverage, Brandon.
Yes, we are. We've been on the air off and on throughout the day, keeping an eye on these storms. And this one is a fairly intense storm, again over Marion County. This is also going to dump some heavy rain over the county again. And this is Knoxville, of course, had some flooding, as Jake Bren showed you a little bit ago with the raceway there. This is the area of interest, and we have seen with our velocity that it basically pulses up, pulses down. So maybe in 2 scans, we'll get it to be vibrant again, which is why we've got to stay with it. That'll be moving towards Pleasantville. Again, this warning's set to go till 6:45.
Yeah, very short warning. We kind of talked about this earlier. We're hoping the warnings would be short issued, because that's what we've seen from the tornadoes today. Multiple brief touchdowns. None of them have been on the ground more than 5 or 10 minutes, and I think the Weather Service is kind of taking note.
Sure. Let's go back up to the other storm, too, that we're watching coming out of Calhoun County and going into Pocahontas County. This is an area that gets a little bit farther away, certainly from our, where are we going to, Dave, take it for a second.
Northern Pomeroy.
Okay, I see. We're having some battery issues here. Okay, so tornado warning is here in Pocahontas County. What I was going to say there before my train of thought is that the warning is tougher because the radar site is so far away, and this is really far away from our radar site. So this is the area where there would be a tornado. Again, we did have an observed tornado just to the east of Pomeroy, and that's going to move up towards Pocahontas. So if you are in Pocahontas, even though you're not in this warning polygon, you need to be in a safe place. You need to go ahead and be in shelter. Palmer, you should be in shelter as well, because this looks like it just got extended again.
Yeah, tornado warning continues for Pocahontas until 7 p.m.
But is now radar indicated. So essentially that means that we don't know that it's on the ground anymore. And just so you are aware, the tornado warning is no longer in effect for Calhoun County. So again, it is for just Pocahontas County. We actually have two separate ones in Pocahontas County. One that is traveling up here along State Highway 4 towards Pocahontas. It's going to pass by Palmer to the west and go right up into Pocahontas. So we have this one.
Yep.
We have the one to the northwest of that goes until 7 now. And then we also have the one down in Marion County.
Yeah, two different tornado warnings. I guess there's three. That Pocahontas, that northwestern one, I'm not sure folks in far northwestern Pocahontas County can pick us up. Pomeroy definitely does, obviously Calhoun County in the viewing area. Let's go back and visit the one near Pleasantville in western Marion County. A bit of a messy structure to this, definitely not as good looking of a cell in terms of a potential tornadic producer as what we saw go through Pleasantville a few hours ago. We'll look at the velocity product on here for that. There's really not a lot of hot reds and hot greens colliding in western Marion County. We did have a report of a tornado touchdown, brief, albeit looking for photos on social media coming out. As we're changing batteries, that's just how long the coverage has been today. We kind of expected that possibly to happen. These are not moving very fast at all. I'm going to put on a 3-hour, or I guess at this point really, a 6-hour rainfall totals across Marion County, at least in the northern half of the county, north of Highway 92. Well over 2 inches, well over 3 inches, I think, in northeastern parts of the county. Central College had their graduation ceremonies today. Moved inside, smart move on behalf of the college. They were paused for a short time due to a couple different tornado warnings in the area. This tornado warning in Pocahontas County, southern Pocahontas, has dropped the magenta look to that. You see it's just a red box now, so that is now a radar indicated tornado. That will go until 7 o'clock, the top of the hour, another 25 minutes. This warning in western Marion County also goes until 7 o'clock. Ironically, both of these go until when the tornado watch is set to expire at 7 o'clock, Brandon.
Yeah, so we are going to stay with you as long as these are in effect, because obviously Pleasantville, Knoxville, cities that have already been under the gun today, and with this going right over the same area, we really want to give it a lot of attention. This is what is still labeled as an observed tornado, so if you're in Pleasantville, you need to be in shelter now. I know this is probably like the third time you've done it today, and I apologize for that, because it is frustrating that it keeps going right over the same areas. But with that being said, please go to the lowest floor of your home, of your building. You want to put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Dave, let's pull up the velocity again, because on the most recent scan, it doesn't look super impressive.
It really doesn't.
Just been the nature of it, right? I mean, it looked really impressive. We know that we had a confirmed tornado just outside of Coloma. And now it's basically pretty broad again.
Yeah, back in here is where things looked a little bit more impressive. About, 12, 13 minutes ago when the warning was initially issued, you see more of those reds coming together closer with the greens. Christmas colors coming together means the rotation tightening up, tornadoes, higher possibility within the storm. There is not much of that at all. The red Christmas color has completely gone away in western Marion County.
Well, and the challenge we have too going forward is, you know, I know tornadoes don't respect the clock. And so I never like to say, oh, when the sun goes down, the threat goes away, because it doesn't. However, we do start to lose daytime heating. We start to lose some of our atmospheric energy as we go closer to sunset. And we even see that reflected with our observations in Des Moines. The temperature now down to 73, our dew point down to 64. So the lower that goes, both the dew point and the temperature, you know, that would lead us to believe that that threat would slowly start to drop a little bit. That's not a guarantee, but something that we would hope for at least.
Yeah, once that inversion sets in, inversion meaning you lose some of the surface heating, the heating right next to the ground. Those cloud bases become higher. This happens after sunset when you pass the peak heating part of the day. Tornado threat goes down. You need something outside, what we call a low-level jet, which is not going to be present with this system, something to intensify the storms, to reinvigorate the tornado threat. There are those tornado safety tips that Brandon talked about. Get to the basement if you can, if you do not have a basement, or storm shelter.
Dave,
lowest level. Yeah, go ahead.
Tornado warning for Marion County, which is the Pleasantville, has been expired.
Yep. That's how quickly we've seen this all day, Brandon.
Been the tough part of today.
Spin up and spin right back down.
It's like every time we, Dave and I say, well, maybe we're done. We haven't been done. Then they spin up very quickly and then they go away. So if you are in Marion County, it's still popping up here on our map, but that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. And we do still have tornado warnings up in Pocahontas County, and still a nasty storm moving into Pleasantville, just because it may not have the same velocity signature or the same tornado concern at the moment. Still dumping heavy rain, potentially some small hail. This is the other warning. Well, technically there's two. There's one off to the northwest going towards Lorenz, and then we have one coming into Pocahontas. Both of these are set to go until 7 o'clock. And they're pretty weak rain showers at this point, I believe. Looking at my radar over here, in all of Pocahontas County, we have 2 lightning strikes.
New confirmed tornado there in Pocahontas. We got a video here, very brief, short-lived tornado. Thanks for throwing this up, Jacob and Kia and Rod, everyone up in production control room. You can see that thing really spinning. I mean, these bases are so low to the ground, it doesn't take much to spin one up, but because there's not a whole lot of wind shear throughout the atmosphere from top to bottom, from basically 40,000 feet to the surface, not a lot of mid to upper level support. There's not a cold front associated with this. There's not something that's going to drastically change the weather overnight tonight. It will be cooler tomorrow, but it's still going to feel muggy in the morning.
Yeah, and we're still going to have rain showers tomorrow.
Yeah.
No severe weather threat tomorrow, though. We should clarify that. So that's a really good thing. Mother's Day will not have to have any severe weather. So notice the color of this has changed to a magenta color, and that's because we had another confirmation of a tornado. So that's, you know, just how this has been happening. It confirms, or rather storm chasers and spotters confirm one, then time goes by, and
the watch has been extended another hour.
Until 8 p.m.
Yep.
So I'll tell you what that shows me. There's enough of a threat for a little while longer, but not enough of a threat to keep the watch going until, say, midnight.
I don't know if I've ever seen a 1 hour watch extension.
Not typically. Usually if they extend the watch, it goes for several more hours.
Yeah.
So to me, I consider that promising, that they basically are saying, you know what, we'll keep the watch until 8 o'clock. So with that being said, until 7, we still have these 2 tornado warnings. One that is radar indicated going towards Lorenz, another that is observed traveling along Highway 4 towards Pocahontas. Again, if you are in Palmer or if you're in Pocahontas, you should be in your safe place now. It doesn't look very impressive. If you've watched a lot of our tornado coverage in the past, you know what a radar signature should look like on velocity. But the reason for this is because it's so far from the radar site. We're sort of in a no man's land, if you will, when it comes to radar, because the next nearest radar site to this would be in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. So
tornado reported by law enforcement 2 minutes ago, right where that
2 miles west of
little
Palmer
icon is. Yeah, so it's basically going right up Highway 4 towards Pocahontas.
Yeah.
If you're in Pocahontas, seek shelter right now.
Yeah, very
heading your way.
Because even though this may not be that strong, probably isn't, it's brief, we have had a couple of very minor damage reports, especially over in Buena Vista County. It's actually been up to the northwest where we've had the damage reports today. We know there were trees down in Buena Vista County. So again, this is where law enforcement reported that tornado, and the storm cell itself is literally traveling right up Highway 4. So please don't be on the road, stay home, and just be in that safe place. This will move north, still going 15 miles per hour, so it's a little bit quicker moving than other cells that we've had today, but still not very fast. And it will arrive in Pocahontas likely a little after 7 o'clock. That's just the trajectory here. And I say likely because the warning is set to cut off before it arrives in Pocahontas. But obviously it's on a path to there. So.
Yeah, let's see how quickly it would get there. I mean, it's still going to take 45 minutes. Or no, sorry, 35 minutes.
Yeah.
7:18 is the arrival time there in Pocahontas, so we don't get it chopped off. So that's why it's not included in the warning. The warning is set to expire at 7, the top of the hour, 18 minutes. It wouldn't get to Pocahontas if it holds together, which I'm going to be honest, I highly doubt it will. However, there have been kind of two hot spots for tornado formation today. Brief, weak tornado formation. We have not seen, what do we have? The most damage today, Brandon, a mailbox in Harvey.
And a few trees, way up in Storm Lake, essentially. Yeah,
a few trees in Buena Vista County. These have been brief, weak tornadoes. It could spin down, then it could spin right back up as it heads towards Pocahontas. So you might be hearing the sirens going off in Palmer, Gilmore City, Pocahontas. Seek shelter. If you're in Fonda, you're in the clear. I know we had already a couple different tornado reports there, kind of on the Buena Vista, Sac, Calhoun, Pocahontas, kind of 4-point county line there. Not a threat for Fonda. Pomeroy, it's past you. The tornado warning has been canceled for Calhoun County.
Dave, let's go back down to Marion County really quickly.
These warnings are not in effect. I'm going to take our system is still populating them. Sometimes it does this, but there's no warning in effect for Marion County, Brandon.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I wonder if that is correct because most of the radar applications are still populating.
I think you're right, actually. Yeah.
And
they canceled that smaller one, I think.
There were 2 warnings.
Yeah.
And that was a little bit confusing.
Yeah. The bigger warning is still in effect. Pleasantville is still under the gun.
And there is still a ham radio operator down there north of Melcher, Dallas, reporting a visible wall cloud. So I believe there is still a tornado warning here.
Yeah.
And we both didn't really catch that because they expired one of them. And if you notice, there are 2 separate polygons here. So this smaller one is the one that was expired. And that is still populating here and probably will, unfortunately, until 7 o'clock. This is the other warning still in effect for Pleasantville. So if you are in Pleasantville, you need to be in shelter. That's going to pass Highway 5. And the rotation is still fairly broad. I'm not seeing anything that is super tight, and that's also because, that's also why we have just a wall cloud visible at this point and not a funnel cloud or a tornado.
I'd be surprised if we have anything more than that, to be completely honest.
I think that, wall clouds are sort of the initial step, and then we would get a funnel cloud, and then we would get a tornado. So there's probably some broad rotation within the wall cloud there. If you're in Pleasantville, I still want you to be in shelter. And bottom line, if you're in Pleasantville or maybe you're in Knoxville, tonight's a good night to stay home. You've had flooding concerns today. You're about to get 2 more rounds of rain as I look at the radar. Don't ask me why Mother Nature has picked Marion County today because I don't really have a good explanation for that. But here's another cell developing by Melcher, Dallas, and that's going to come this way. So the heavy rain core here is missing out on Knoxville, and hopefully this one will too. But now Pleasantville is going to be dealing with that. We already had flooding reported along Highway 14 earlier today between Hy-Vee and Knoxville Raceway.
Yeah, the raceway just a mile or 2 north of downtown.
Okay.
And now they cancel the other tornado warning. So I think Marion County in the clear now, Brandon.
Yes.
With that second cancellation.
Yeah, that should take them all away. Even though there's this one still populating, there's a difference between in the way that the way that the warnings are triggered through the system, there's a difference between cancellations and expirations.
Yeah.
I wish they kind of worked the same way, but unfortunately they don't. So with that being said, still pretty intense storm coming in, heavy rain, probably some gusty winds, but at this point, we're not too convinced about the tornado threat.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go back up to the north here real quick to just west of Palmer. Of course, this part of the state had the tornado outbreak last year on April 12th, the Palmer-Gilmore City tornado. Nothing like that this time around, just weak, brief tornadoes kind of popping out of the sky with some tree damage, what we heard near Storm Lake.
Yeah. So this is really the main warning of concern at this point. And of course, if that changes, we'll let you know. This is where we have our rotation here. A little bit of green, a little bit of red coming together. This is a harder area for the radar to see, traveling right along Highway 4 into Pocahontas. And again, it's going to take a little while before it gets there. This is a pretty rural area along Highway 4 in between Pomeroy and Pocahontas, and also just to the west and northwest of Palmer. Mm-hmm. And again, as a reminder, we have a tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. That was originally expected to be expiring at 7 p.m. It has been extended in...
Pop this up, yep.
Until 8 p.m.
So it goes for another 72 minutes. Brief touchdown. Oh, there it is. Nice catch there from our crew upstairs.
Yeah, 3 miles northwest of Pocahontas.
Over an open field.
That would have been the warning headed towards Lorenz.
Yep, yep. Yeah, with the later sunset, we're getting into the middle part of May. A little bit of energy for a longer period of time out there today, really as we head into the summer. So I think that's the main reason why the Storm Prediction Center and the Weather Service office here in Des Moines deciding to extend the watch from 7 o'clock now until 8 o'clock this evening. So another hour and 10 minutes for that watch.
And you see there, Dave, that all of the polygons have dropped off there in Marion County. Mm-hmm. So that is good. I know there are storm chasers still down there and still watching it, and there is still potential for funnel clouds or for that rotating wall cloud. So I don't want to say the threat is over just because there's not a tornado warning. I don't think it's a major concern right now, but this is probably cutting off some of the inflow into it. Mm-hmm. And but if it catches up, we could have another little cell merger like we've had today as well.
We've had plenty of those.
Yeah. So this is the one warning that we're watching most closely, set to expire until 7 o'clock. And yeah, there's the ham radio operator still saying funnel clouds developing near Pleasantville. So if you're in Pleasantville, just stay in your shelter. I know there's not a tornado warning right now, but it's better to stay there for right now.
Had plenty of practice of it earlier on today, no doubt about that.
Right. So this is the one that we're still really going to watch. If you are just joining us right now, it is 6:50 on Saturday evening. Meteorologist Brandon Lawrence here with Dave Downey. We have been here all afternoon. We got in about 12:30 today and have been tracking storms from about the minute we walked in the door, actually before that. And we have been on the air pretty much off and on all afternoon and through the early part of this evening as well. So what we are tracking right now is a tornado warning through the middle part of Pocahontas County. This is set to go until 7 p.m. this evening. If you are just joining us, the tornado watch that has been in effect all afternoon is now in effect until 8 p.m. So it's been extended by 1 hour. We also have just from the emergency manager. Yep, we're going to get a new tornado warning in Marion County. So let's go back to that. This is Pleasantville Fire Department reporting tornado on the ground near Lisbon Drive west of Knoxville. So Dave, let's jump back to that one. There we go. There's about to be a new tornado warning here. I feel pretty confident about that. So even though it has not appeared very prominent on the velocity, clearly something is still able to touch down. And I see it on my velocity here. It pulsed up a tiny bit. So we'll go to that.
Yeah, I tried right along Highway 5 there.
here's where those colors popped up really quick. That's how it's been happening all day. It strengthens, then it weakens, then it strengthens, and that makes it really difficult to issue warnings on the National Weather Service's behalf, but also to track these even on air. So this is just to the southeast of Pleasantville, and it's really in between Pleasantville and Knoxville. Highway 5 runs right here, and there is a tornado here.
Yeah.
Now it's already lifted. We're getting updates in real time from emergency managers in Marion County.
Yeah, so we're just kind of taking in all the information here.
Yeah. Here is another video. I'm not sure where this one is. Stay safe and alert, Iowa.
Yeah, I'm not sure where or what that is. Let's go back to the radar here. Donnelly, if you're in Donnelly, if you're in Knoxville, God, Marion County today has...
I'm going to treat this as a tornado warning.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they will issue one because it's already back up. But I'm going to treat it like one. So if you're in this area, right, the same area. Oh, they did issue a new one.
That's for Pocahontas.
Oh. Pocahontas until 7:30. Okay, so to finish what I was saying here, if you're in the same area that got affected earlier, between Highway 5 and Highway 14, west and northwest of Knoxville, you're near Donnelly, you need to go ahead and be in shelter. We've had at least 2 confirmations of a tornado in the last 30 minutes over Marion County. They keep lifting, but at any moment, those could touch down again.
It was fully condensed for 30 to 45 seconds. And that is quicker than what the radar beam can do. The radar beam can spin in about, at the fastest, 1.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes. We'll go back up to Pocahontas here because we have a new tornado warning for the city of Pocahontas. Let's get space out from behind you, Brandon. Once Max 2 loads here.
There you go.
There's the Pleasantville.
And they did just issue a new one for Marion County as well.
Okay, so a lot happening here. There are now 3 different tornado warnings in Pocahontas County.
So this pink one here, Dave, is what will expire at 7.
Yeah.
This is the new one that'll go until 7:30. And I believe this one still goes until 7.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So the pink box will be allowed to expire 7, correct. The new one for the city of Pocahontas expires 7:30.
Yeah. So if you're in Pocahontas, as we've been telling you for 25, 30 minutes, you need to go ahead and get to your shelter now. You need to be in a safe place. This has had a history of producing tornadoes in southern Pocahontas County and northern Calhoun County, and you need to go ahead and be in that shelter now. Still moving at 15 miles per hour?
Yeah. Maybe 20 now? Yeah, 20 miles per hour moving to the north there in Pocahontas. We will put a track on that as it tracks to the north as it approaches the city of Pocahontas intersections of Highway 3 and Highway 4, 7:19, 23 minutes, 24 minutes, give or take, 6:55 right now. That's 6:53 number, 6:53 time you see in the top right is the time of the latest radar scan. So the actual time right now is 6:55. Typically the radar is about 90 seconds behind actual time. This tornado pretty much paralleling Highway 4 right now.
It's traveling right up the highway. I do want to let you know this warning here for Lorenz, that will expire at 7 o'clock.
Okay.
They did say that, the National Weather Service. So at 7 o'clock, we should only have 1 tornado warning for the county, and that'll be this one right here for this storm that's coming into Pocahontas. And then, of course, to the southeast, we have the new tornado warning for Marion County. And that's why I said we're going to treat it like a tornado warning. If you are in Pleasantville, if you're in Knoxville, Donnelly, you need to be in shelter. This has produced a tornado several times, and it could very well do that again over the same areas that were under tornado warnings earlier. This will again pass towards Highway 14, sort of a deja vu on where we're tracking this, and will eventually move kind of close to Otley. It's not quite on the same path, but I would say anyone in between Highway 5 and 14 essentially to the east of Pleasantville and north of Donnelly, you should be in shelter.
Yep, it'll enter Lake Red Rock too. Let's put a shear track on this. It's perking up a little bit in the past 5 to 10 minutes, pretty much right on top of Donnelly. These tornado reports that we have gotten fully condensed, which means the tornado was visible on the ground, water vapor basically touching the ground in a spinning fashion for less than 1 minute. So these are quick, brief, weak touchdowns. The strongest tornadoes, now strongest is kind of a relative term today, have been in northwestern Iowa near Pocahontas. 2 different confirmed tornado warnings still in effect. One in Pocahontas County here just west of Palmer, heading towards Pocahontas, the city itself. And then the other one, of course, just issued. Storm chasers all over this one, Brandon. We have seen pictures of dozens of cars.
The Marion County one?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so many of them were in the area earlier. This was that tornado just south of Pleasantville moments ago. And this storm now, the core of it, Dave, looks to be strengthening a little bit.
Okay.
So when I am pulling up my velocity here, I notice a little bit more. The green and the red, they're a little brighter at this hour. Or at this point, rather.
Tornado on the ground, Pocahontas County law enforcement, 4 miles south of Pocahontas. So if we do the number crunching there, it's moving 20 miles per hour. It's going to be in Pocahontas in 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, so this is a balancing act, right? Because we have 2 storms of concern, 2 areas that we're watching very carefully. So if you're just now joining us, couple minutes before 7 o'clock, you're watching live continuous coverage on WOI, KCWI, and also on WeAreIowa.com. We have 2 separate tornado warnings, both of which have a history of producing tornadoes or are currently producing tornadoes. The first one in Marion County, right near Donnelly. There could also be some hail with this, and this is in between Pleasantville and Knoxville. This warning is set to go until 7:30. Then, Dave, we can go up to the Pocahontas County one. We also have this warning right here. So I know there are 3 that are popping up. It's this middle one that will go until 7:30. The other 2 are going to drop off. This is producing a tornado right now. 4 miles was it south-southwest of Pocahontas.
Yep.
And there was a tornado on the ground, according to Pocahontas law enforcement. So the police departments and sheriff's offices there. And this is moving into Pocahontas. So again, if you're in Pocahontas, right to the west, especially the west side of town, the south side of town, please, please be in your shelter now. Remember, shelter is going to be the lowest floor of your home, of your building. You want to be away from windows and doors and put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible.
Tough to see with velocity, but all we really need to know with this is that there is a tornado on the ground confirmed by Pocahontas County law enforcement. That was at 6:53, so about 5 minutes ago. Pocahontas County law enforcement, assuming a sheriff, confirms tornado on the ground moving to the north. Of course, it's moving towards the city of Pocahontas itself. Hopefully, I think it's going to move just to the west of the city of Pocahontas. We'll keep an eye on it as it continues pushing to the north. 15 miles per hour is the movement. 4 miles south, that puts it in Pocahontas in about 15 minutes. 7:15 is the time frame for that. The other confirmed tornado warning is in Marion County. We have said the word Marion and County a lot today for a couple different reasons.
Put the lightning on there if you don't mind again. We'll see quite a few strikes there. Almost none up to the northwest. But this area, watch how it pops up again.
And that all has to do with how tall the storm is growing. Very interesting to watch this evolution today.
Yeah, this will be a day worth studying just because they have been evolving, and some of the areas where we expected that there might be development never really got going. And it's always been Marion County. And this one also, again, could be producing some hail as the center of that has really pulsed up and strengthened. So that would be very close to Lake Red Rock. And I said this earlier, Brad, who was here earlier, said this. If you know people who are camping at Lake Red Rock, please give them a call. They may not have TV, they may not have internet access right now. And if anybody was near the lake or is camping at one of the campgrounds, we want them to be in a safe, sturdy structure until this passes their area.
Yep, 2 different confirmed tornado warnings. Luckily, Knoxville is in the clear. That Knoxville, the city itself, not in the polygon of that warning. Pleasantville, maybe the eastern part of the city, in the polygon, under the gun for the tornado threat. But I would say the campers at Lake Red Rock are probably the #1 folks that are in the path. Donnelly, the worst has gone over you right now. The rain might very well be ending there in the city of Donnelly. Multiple storm chasers, brief touchdowns in open fields. Of course, that's with this cell as of about 5 to 10 minutes ago. So many of that today, Brandon.
It's going to make it really tough because, somebody asked me earlier how many tornadoes have touched down so far today. I don't know.
We're never going to know.
And I don't know that we ever will know because they're so fast.
Yeah.
And if they don't produce damage, there really won't be any storm surveys, which we don't want damage, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, it feels like we've maybe had 4 or 5 confirmed tornadoes at this point, but we might have had 15.
How many vortices within those tornadoes?
I don't even know if the storm chasers and storm spotters will know that for sure.
Yeah. Back north to Pocahontas as this storm is approaching the city. The reflectivities, the colors, not quite as dark of reds, I don't think, as it's getting close to the city of Pocahontas itself. Again, velocity is not going to be our friend this far from where the radar site is. The radar is in Johnston. We're looking 6,000 feet into the storm. All we really need to know is that pink magenta looking box there. That is a confirmed tornado warning by Pocahontas County law enforcement about 10 minutes ago, give or take, moving to the north at 15 miles per hour, entering the city of Pocahontas in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Take shelter, lowest level of your home, your basement if you have it, a storm shelter. If you don't have a basement, most interior room away from windows is the #1 piece of advice we can give you. You don't want things blowing in through the windows. You don't have impact glass, hurricane-proof glass, anything like that to prevent projectiles from being launched into windows. Back to Marion County, where this tornado warning also continues to be in effect until 7:30, so until the bottom of the hour here.
Yeah. And then there's another cell below it, to the south of it.
Yep.
Not saying it will produce, but however, I'm not saying it won't either. So, yeah, somebody just commented on one of my posts about this tornado warning in Marion County and said, again, and I'm kind of thinking the same thing. Yeah.
That's our exact thinking, really.
Sorry, if you're in Pleasantville or Knoxville or Otley, we're here to keep you safe. That's what we do, and we will stay here as long as we need to. I just hate that it's going over the same areas for you repeatedly. This is the current look at the velocity. Now keep in mind, we don't want to let our guard down. The scan has adjusted a little bit again. Starts to go down what we're seeing a lot of that inbound right now.
Yeah, it's a big change between that scan and that scan.
Yeah. And it also could just be a faulty scan, which we see sometimes too.
Well, this is the storm relative velocity. I think what the Weather Service did is change the motion vector of the storms that might have impacted the equation to spit out this product here. In any event, highest area of rotation is between Donnelly and Pleasantville. Just had a report from the ham radio operator. Still some good rotation with this assuming this storm.
Yep, that's the same one. That's
nothing on the ground. Tornado earlier, there's a video with that storm west of Knoxville. A ground scraper, just a not pretty, I mean, that
kind of like a land spout again.
Yeah, it's not what you think. When you think tornado, you think cone, you think
wedge, something like that.
It's not what you think of when
a land spout is a tornado, but it's one that hits so fast they don't typically produce much damage.
Yeah.
And then they usually lift pretty fast. So by the way, if you're in Lorenz and you're watching us, that tornado warning did expire at 7 o'clock. So as of now, 7:06 p.m. on Saturday, we only have 2 tornado warnings in effect in our area. The one that is down in Marion County and the other one in Pocahontas County. I don't know that I've ever seen a radar setup like this where we just have one way out here and one way up there, nothing in the middle. A couple of rain showers still trying to work their way through. And we were expecting that maybe those would develop more because we have this outflow boundary still draped across Madison County, Guthrie County, Adair County, and nothing was really able to get going there. And this happened last Sunday too. It sort of acts like almost like Dave, you said, a force field.
Yeah, it's the Metro, just this whole severe weather season has gotten pretty fortunate, which obviously not a bad thing for those in the Metro.
Keep it that way, right?
Yeah.
And we did get a lot of rain today. We had 1.25 inches at the airport in less than an hour. Is that right?
And that rain put up that force field that prohibited storms from firing up near the Metro later on by 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Mainly, the number one reason behind that is because of how weak of a system, a low pressure system, this thing really is. Pocahontas County, weak rotation on radar, just hard to discern. It looks like it's falling apart, Brandon, I'm going to be honest.
I hope so.
The size does not look quite as
it's
threatening.
Shrinking a little bit.
Yeah.
And there also was just an update from the Weather Service that there has been a little bit of flooding reported there in Lorenz, or 3 miles south of Lorenz. A blacktop is underwater, and this spotter could not get through.
See if we can put a rain total on that. Yeah, big kind
there's
of
quite a bit
bullseye
right there where you see those oranges and yellows, and you could query those. Almost 2.5 inches estimated by our radar.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, today is the definition, too, of when we say scattered storms. So many people mistake us saying scattered storms for not knowing. No, they literally are scattered. You know, I mean, there are areas today that have had no rainfall at all.
Yep.
And then there are areas that have had 3+ inches of rain. And that's really tough.
Tornado on the ground, Pleasantville.
Look at all those people, those chasers.
Yeah, this is something this reminds me of times back in Florida. Like, this is not prototypical Midwest setup, structure of cells, structure of tornadoes, low-hanging clouds because of how muggy the air is out there today. Just an interesting day.
We said it's sort of like a tropical system.
Yeah.
Not the same, but it's got similar features to maybe a tropical storm or a hurricane, which everybody always thinks about what happens in the water and on the shore, but those can often produce tornado warnings when they come on shore, sometimes for multiple states. You know, we see them all the way into the northern part of the country with tornado warnings sometimes, and this has been a similar system. The area of low pressure was incredibly strong over the last several days. It has literally fallen apart, and there's very little upper level support. And we've got these 2 tornado warnings, and frankly, these cells are barely hanging on. There's a little bit of something there.
Yeah, you mean down by Coloma, maybe?
Yep, not much, but I'm just saying, if you live along Highway 5.
I just saw Willard Sharp tweet the storm south of the tornado warned storm, that means the Coloma one, is, quote, spinning like a top.
Good, great. If you are in Pleasantville, if you are in Donnelly, if you're in Knoxville, we feel you. Please stay in your safe place right now. This other cell, could produce a brief tornado as well.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of inflow here. To my knowledge, there's not another one developing south of that.
I'm just looking at...
Did I say that preemptively?
No. I'm just looking on Radar Scope, one of our radar apps. You can see all the spotters out there, and it's like they're building their little community in between Melcher, Dallas, Knoxville, and Pleasantville. They want to go out and see storms, and sure, they're hopefully not putting anyone else in harm's way. Tornado warning continues until the bottom of the hour for northern Marion County. This storm has kind of fallen apart. The southern one might be trying to take over. We'll watch and see what happens there. Elsewhere across central Iowa, some storms have tried to fire. They're in Madison County, moving into Waukee, failing to do so. Another shower moving into northeastern Story County, and then more showers and a few thunderstorms with a tornado-warned storm up there near Pocahontas. Hard to discern on radar. The worst of it, the potential tornado probably just to the west of Pocahontas. Again, we're looking 6,000 feet into the storm with the storm. I don't know if it's a storm brand. Let's check the lightning product.
Shower. There's a couple of strikes up there.
The tornado shower.
But it's kind of hardly a storm. And this is one of the tougher areas that we cover in terms of radar coverage because the Des Moines radar site is really far. The next closest one is in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And then there's the other radar site, which is in Chanhassen, Minnesota. So way up in the Twin Cities. Those are the only ones that can scan this storm. Chanhassen is too far, and then Des Moines and Sioux Falls can scan it decently. But
yeah, they need to put a radar like right here.
I've always said, like Mason City would be very helpful to have a radar site.
La Crosse has a radar site too, but that doesn't help us that far west.
So until 7:30, we'll be with you unless we need to go longer. I hope we don't, but we'll see. This is the other cell that has developed south of this initial one. So this is where the tornado warning is still in effect in Marion County until 7:30, and it's moving towards Highway 14. But then there's this other shower, if you will, maybe a thunder shower, to the south of that, and this one is exhibiting some small signs of rotation as well. This is basically the exact same area. It's like a parade of these cells and of brief tornadoes. I mean, how many have we had in Marion County alone today? And this will cross over Highway 5, Pleasantville, Donnelly, Knoxville. It's going to go right through the exact same area. And it's north of Melcher, Dallas right now. Not saying it will produce a tornado, but I would not be entirely surprised if it did.
Cell going up pretty quickly near Milo, between Milo and Indianola.
I was seeing that one, yeah.
We'll see what happens with that. That's kind of an untapped area of the atmosphere, but I'm not too concerned about it right now.
No, also if you're in Mitchellville, you're getting a little bit of rain, and Zeering is going to get a little bit of rain. So finally, some other little showers have popped up in the kind of the midsection, the middle of this.
I'm a little surprised this tornado warning is still in effect. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation there.
Sure.
There's my mouse. There's the mouse. There's the mouse. Yeah. A little bit of rotation east of Pleasantville. That is going basically... I mean, that's about as low on the shear scale as you can get. That's approaching Lake Red Rock right now, west of Highway 14, east of Pleasantville. Not a whole lot of folks impacted there. No recent updates on the Pocahontas County storm. This is looking more ragged than what it was.
Yeah, you mentioned it was just kind of shrinking a little bit. And if you're just tuning in, maybe you're just flipping on the TV, getting us on weareiowa.com, on the app, on Facebook. It's 7:15 now on Saturday night. We have 2 tornado warnings in effect. Both are set to expire at 7:30. One that is in Pocahontas County in the northwest part of our area, and then one that is in effect again for Marion County. And this cell to the south that we've been tracking is now stronger than that one.
Yeah, not a whole lot of rotation on it.
No, but just the core of it is a little bit stronger.
Agree. Maybe some pea-sized hail possible there.
Yeah. And this is an area, by the way, Marion County has had flooding issues today because of the repeated rounds of heavy rainfall. And we still have a tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. That got extended by 1 hour.
A report from Lorenz that they're up to nearly 7 inches of rain since this morning. 3.5 of that has come in the past hour.
Wow.
That's as of 6:50, so as of about 20, 25
They had a lot of rainfall overnight and early this morning. The storms last night really fell apart as they approached western and west central Iowa. But northern Iowa got a lot. And you see our radar estimating here south of Lorenz, potentially 7.2.
Talk about a bullseye.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see where that really fell overnight.
And then look at to the south, there's been no rainfall in the last 24 hours in Carroll, Audubon, very little.
Nothing.
In this area, essentially nothing. Southern Iowa, not much either. And then we had heavy rainfall in Marion County. We had some decent rainfall in the metro, but that was the one cell that moved over.
Yeah, that was the cell that probably had, for the metro at least, the best chance to go tornadic. Looking at the product here on my iPad, the Milo cell has weakened some. We are getting, an hour 30 from sunset.
Yeah.
The severe threat is going down. It's not going up at this point.
Right. And that's something that, you and I are actually really careful to say that, tornadoes cannot happen at night because they can.
Yeah.
In my experience in 6 years now in Iowa, it's not often that they happen at night. I can probably count on one hand how many we've had, after 10 p.m. and before the sun rises. However, it can happen. That being said, because we are nearing sunset, I think we are going to start seeing the risk of spin-up tornadoes go down some because we rely for tornado genesis or tornado development on humidity. We rely on heating, basically the energy from the atmosphere. The sun fuels that.
Marion County storm no longer tornado warned.
Okay.
The Weather Service deciding to cancel that tornado warning just now. You're going to see that pink polygon drop off here any second. So now there's only one tornado warning still in effect. Brandon, I think we can toss it back to programming.
I think you're right. If you're in Pocahontas, just stay in shelter for now. We have had no reports out of this, and actually
I think you're in the clear now in Pocahontas.
Yeah, it's essentially northwest. If you're in Ware or maybe in Havelock, go ahead and just seek shelter. This is set to expire at 7:30. We've had no new reports on it. The rotation, even though very far from the radar site, not looking super impressive. So, Dave, I think you're right. We can probably go back to programming now. That does not mean we are going away. Keep in mind a tornado watch is still in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. And we will be here to monitor any additional updates with these cells. And if we need to interrupt and let you know, we certainly will.